I'd like to call this meeting of School District 116 to order. Before we get started tonight, I'd like to ask anybody who's participating in the meeting to please get the microphones close to your mouth. I've gotten reports from several constituents attempting to watch our meetings on video that they are unable to hear us. So please get really close to the mic and speak clearly and plainly. Roll call, please.
Member Baxley,
Here.
Member Hasanatka, Member Jones, Member Staton.
Yes.
Member Langendorf here, Vice President Exum.
Here.
President Pawlowski.
Here, we have quorum. There is one requested modification to tonight's agenda, and that was we'll be swapping administrative reports 10.3 and 10.4 so that we can kind of keep the adult education discussion in one cohesive flow. It's time for citizen statements. If you'd like to make a statement before the board, there are goldenrod sheets in the back of the room. Please fill it out and hand it to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson. First up tonight is Kate McLean.
All right. I'm extremely nervous, so bear with me for a little bit. My name's Kate McLean. I used to work at Wiley. I now work at Leal, and I love it. It's been really good. But over the past couple of meetings, I've been disturbed by, disturbed's not the right word, concerned by people not speaking to a couple of things that I wanted to say. And I think some of you will be surprised by what I want to say, but I'm really nervous. So let me go back to notes. I told you about how I work for the district. I'm also a parent. I've had 2 children go through the middle school. One is in the high school now. One has gone on to college. I live in the area, and I'm a really big fan of Urbana. I didn't go to school here myself, but I'm a big fan, and I really enjoy it here. I have a bunch of points, and they're going to feel unrelated. So one of them is that parents really like neighborhood schools. When we moved here 9 years ago, there are districts we didn't move to because we liked the way that Urbana had it set up. And I think a lot of people like that. We do have a lot of neighborhood schools, so hold on to that thought. We chose Urbana for that. We also chose for small schools. And some of our schools are getting larger and larger. Second point. The middle school is, always a topic of discussion, and I have had 2 kids go through it. One thing that I need to make sure that people hear is that our middle school teachers are probably the most vulnerable. We cannot lose any of them, especially not the veteran teachers, and I would really like that to be considered, that their opinions and their needs come very high at the top of the list. We can't lose any of them. We have fantastic middle school teachers. I know that there are developmental and logistical issues with having the middle school at a different building. Kids who are accelerated, different programs, whether they're going to be able to have home ec type classes, which my child is really enjoying right now. So that was something that she suggested I mention. And then the developmental part is that our 6th grade students are going from 5th grade, where they've been for a few years, and then to 6th grade, and then on to a different school. And I'm concerned about the continuity there because I think 6th grade adolescent students are going through a lot. I want to make sure that there is continuity through there so that they have people that they trust as they go from one building to another building and then to another building. And then 2 years later to another. So that's a concern. I'm really optimistic for Urbana, and that's part of why I'm here. I told you I'm a fan, right? I think we have a really good chance to grow. And some of you maybe went to the football game last week, right? We're having a rough start, but we didn't have a team a couple years ago. But now we do, and I think we're really growing, and maybe the district's growing too, which kind of brings me to my main point. I think we're trying to solve too many issues with one building. And I know money is, of course, always an issue. But I think when we get down to it, we're trying to slice up a pie that needs to be bigger. We need 2 buildings. We need another elementary school to spread out all the kids. We need another middle school. We might even need a DL school. We need more buildings. And it's not something that can be decided at this meeting, but I want us to think big. And there's a big sign over there that nobody at home can see about changing your mindset and about growth mindset. And we talk about this at school. We're growing. We're gonna be growing. Believe me, we are. And we really need to be thinking of the future and having more, bigger Urbana. So let's think and plan for a bigger, better Urbana and Urbana School District in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Lauren Karplus.
Is this on? Okay. Hi, I'm the parent of a kindergartner, but I live in the Wiley zone. For the newer board members, I recommend that you watch the early meetings from this year's board, if you have not already, to see the massive, absolutely massive outpouring of community support that you saw from the Wiley community. And you saw an entirely unanimous voice from the Wiley community. Parents were told repeatedly by board and administrators, this is just about the abatement. I could quote many of you saying this is just about the abatement when you voted. Every question and potentially viable alternative proposal put forth by the community went unanswered, and they were told this is just about the abatement. But the parents knew that by intentionally scattering their children to 3 other schools without attempting to keep them together, which might have been possible if some of the questions that were raised had been addressed or even seriously answered based on the empty classroom space in the district at that time. Parents knew that the intention was to close their school permanently. So after just one meeting for parents, during which no time was left at the end for questions, virtually no visits from current board members, as far as I'm aware, no special meetings with parents about any SPED transition planning, no meetings with the district's DEI administrator at Wiley. The school was closed in 2 weeks, and students were scattered to the wind. So I think it's important to note that this all contrasts pretty starkly with the amount of public meetings and the time that was given to the Committee on Dual Language last year. So I find myself, and I know other Wiley parents do as well, who I'm in regular communication with, I find myself repeatedly asking why there was so much time for community concerns and voices and so much debate among board members about the dual language decision, but really almost silence about the Wiley decision. It was like there was no discourse or vigorous debate or opinions about the decision. It was just the vote, really. So when the committee composition was announced, it initially just had 2 Wiley parents and 6 middle school teachers on it. Any reasonable committee would have had equal representation from various interests, with some deference given to the affected community, which eventually happened after a lot of community spoke out against it. The composition of this committee absolutely predetermined their conclusions. It is important to note that both co-chairs of the committee voted against the middle school decision after many months of research and service, and I know that one of them was initially leaning in the other direction. And it was after this research that both co-chairs made the decision to vote no for the middle school. So I guess my question is, why didn't the administration from the get-go say, we want a 6th grade center, here's why. Here's our budget proposal, here's why. I feel like this would have saved parents many worried nights wondering what the end goal was here. Some questions I have that I really hope you guys debate vigorously tonight. And I'm willing to be convinced. You know, the 6th grade center presentation was pretty convincing. Personally, I'm all for a tax referendum. We'll pay more taxes. We're Urbana. Who cares? So think about all solutions on the table, guys. Come on. How does overcrowding our elementary school classrooms help our ability to recruit teachers? My understanding is that a long-term sub is teaching an elementary level class in my child's building right now. I'm just, you know, concerned about the ability to recruit elementary school teachers. I didn't know it was an issue at the middle school. Maybe someone can explain a little bit more about that to me as well. How do larger elementary school classrooms and more transitions improve student learning? My understanding, I'm not an educational expert, but my understanding is that fewer transitions are better, from what I've heard from other people. Because I'm concerned that the lowering our elementary school levels will trickle up to the middle school eventually in terms of outcomes. If the financial argument is the stronger argument and there are major concerns about paying staff, then I think we should seriously look at having the board scale back budgets where possible, but also ask taxpayers for a referendum, you know, because we can't be in a position to be sacrificing fundamental student learning outcomes in the name of a budget. That's not what education should be about in this country. We're clearly already at crisis point, so I hope that you have a really vigorous debate and think about how does the Wiley decision need to happen first, or can it not be wrapped up with redistricting? Because that's my question.
All right, thank you. Next up is Sarah Jansen.
This fall, you all are expected to make 2 huge decisions: what to do with Wiley School, and also whether the district will convert a neighborhood elementary school into a Spanish dual language school. Both of these decisions will feed into a proposed redistricting to be completed later this academic year. Now, at the end of last week's meeting, I noticed that one of our newest board members asked a question about the proposed order in which these decisions are being made. This was an excellent question, and one that I'd wish to revisit right now. Last spring, I, along with many others, encouraged this board to create a strategic plan. A strategic plan is used to prioritize efforts, effectively allocate resources, ensure that stakeholders and organizational leaders are working towards shared goals, and ensure that those goals are backed by data and sound reasoning. Given these purposes of a strategic plan, I would argue that Sitlali's question is one that should not be ignored. I encourage you, therefore, to vote no, not now, on the Wiley proposal, and to delay a decision on the dual language school. I'd also encourage you to delay redistricting, which has to happen after those decisions are made. But in my opinion, the district needs the strategic planning process first. The strategic planning process can conceivably start immediately, and it should be used to determine what the district's most critical needs are. That answer should be driven by data, by input from all stakeholders, and sound reasoning. As a board, I hope you will carefully consider the process that will be used for sharing information, and importantly, for soliciting feedback from diverse stakeholders. We must all be open to differing opinions and views. The process itself is designed to help you as board members to allocate resources more effectively and make informed decisions that will shape the outcomes for Urbana students for the next decade. The current approach, however, asks you to make these important decisions without thinking about trade-offs. It forces you to allocate resources without a comprehensive view of stakeholders' priorities. I don't think this is fair to you as board members, and I don't think it's the interests and the best interests of the community. One example of this is the concept of neighborhood schools that someone raised earlier. Paul, you campaigned on a platform of protecting neighborhood schools. A booklet on the district website highlights some of the benefits of neighborhood schools, including, from the booklet, building community relationships, higher family engagement, diversity and cultural engagement, and increased safety. These are all good things, potentially worth prioritizing. Within the next few months, you will be making two decisions that have major implications for those neighborhood schools. Shouldn't we first ask ourselves whether we still value neighborhood schools? I'm extra worried about this because the district's website, which used to tout neighborhood schools as a strength, has suddenly been stripped of any mention of the word neighborhood at all. We need transparency, and we need an open dialogue. That's why I'm asking for community input regarding community values and priorities before making any major decisions. For example, the Wiley recommendation has been made without soliciting input from the community. You need that input to make an informed decision reflecting the priorities of the families that you represent. The decisions you're being asked to make involve trade-offs. They do. And I really hope we can talk openly about those trade-offs. The impacts of these decisions will affect our children, our community as a whole, for at least a decade. Let's not rush. Let's start with the strategic plan. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up is Paul Hickson.
Good evening, folks.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you move just a little closer to
Oh.
the mic? Yeah, thank you.
Like this?
Yeah, we want to make sure the people at home can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Good evening. We, the public, are starting to see a pattern here. Time after time, the administration brings an emergency situation before the board and asks for your rapid endorsement of their response to the emergency du jour. It began with the dual language program that could only be solved by making Leal a dual language only building. Never mind that the parents of the monolingual students had been excluded from all the discussions leading up to that point, and even that many of the dual language parents expressed a need for more information. No, you were told there was an emergency and you had to act. And you had to act even though there was reason to believe that a number of best practices in how to successfully operate a dual language program in a two-strand school were not being followed. Fortunately, that issue has been put on pause for now. So while many are glad that it wasn't endorsed by the board, that possibility still exists. Next up was closing Wiley because of pressing asbestos problems, a problem that had actually been known for several years. And the asbestos was safely contained, awaiting abatement at the proper time. But no, there was an emergency. You had to close the building. And it was only after the building was closed that the idea was trotted out to repurpose it to be a sixth grade attendance center. And again, it's been submitted to you, the board, that this is a sky is falling emergency that calls for your rapid endorsement. Last meeting, we heard the superintendent say that we've been kicking the redistricting can down the road for 6 years, and she needs you to act quickly to approve this sixth grade center and then quickly approve the dual language program so we can quickly get on with redistricting. All that so that when this is done, we can then begin strategic planning. As was just said by the previous speaker, that's totally backwards to common sense and established strategic planning processes. The craziness of this thinking could best be summed up when I restate it this way. Think how crazy this sounds. We need to rush big decisions so we don't delay the process by which we can make big decisions. That's just nuts, folks. And it leads us to this question. Is this fuzzy thinking? That would be bad. But many are asking, what's the real agenda here? Are there hidden agendas? Many residents increasingly think there are. Urbana 116 is in danger of losing public trust. And you, the elected board members, have a critical role here. You need, through your questions, deliberations, and decisions, to begin the long, and I'm sorry to say slow, process of reestablishing that essential trust. And it must be there so that public support for Urbana schools is going to be there moving forward. The ball's in your court. We are pulling for you. The community is pulling for you, and this is terribly important. Finally, I want to conclude, as I do each time I speak to the board, by reminding you that there are many in this community who want to help Urbana schools be successful. It's in everybody's best interest. But we strongly believe the only way to do that is to adhere to those 4 principles we keep talking about. Approach new issues as problem-solving exercises in which you really don't know where the best answer is going to come from or the best tweak. Be fully transparent in all your actions. Always make sure that all decisions are held up against the end goal of academic improvement for all students. And be attentive to research in these areas and guided by it. Please hear my comments as being supportive of you. It's a tough job. I appreciate what you're doing. I wish you really all the success in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickson. Next up is Jennifer Hickson. If anybody else wishes to make a statement before the board at this time, there's goldenrod sheets in the back of the room. Please fill it out and hand it to our, no, it's you, go ahead, to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson. Later on in our meeting, there will be an additional opportunity to address the board on Wiley School.
Sorry, sometimes my hearing aids are, I don't
Oh,
know.
it's okay, just, yeah.
Rude.
that-
Okay.
Yeah, please get the mic close to your mouth, though. Thank you.
I have some comments and questions about the 6th grade center report. My focus is solely on academic achievement and that part of the report that I kind of know something about. We need to improve academic achievement levels in Urbana. So number 1, will having fewer elementary schools increase class size? Your answer is there are only 4 elementary classrooms needing a class size adjustment TA. This doesn't answer the question. Let the board see and compare this year's and last year's class size numbers. Teachers often preferred having 1 more student and needing a class size adjustment aid rather than having fewer. 1 fewer. Just 1 more student, but at least you got some help. The number of class-sized adjustment aids is not an indication of overall class size or teacher-student stress because of class size. According to the report at the previous board meeting, DPW now has 495 students. This is almost 50 above the self-imposed limit that the district had placed on students there. We were told last year that having more than 450 students there was untenable, bad for teachers and students, and that we had to figure out a way to deal with these overflow students that is fair to DPW families. DPW's academic achievement is the lowest of all the elementary buildings. So, is this fair to the DPW families? If those students must be placed in other buildings, how will that affect class size in those buildings? Based on the teacher shortage, would we have enough teachers to reopen Wiley as an elementary school? Smaller class sizes require more teachers. But there is some research that supports the theory that smaller class size is a stronger predictor of increased academic achievement than the strength of the teacher in the room. Could we team an experienced certified teacher with a new uncertified teacher to help us get through this crisis? Would that have some chance of increasing academic achievement? Our teacher vacancy rate, when looked at on a per pupil basis, is larger than Champaign. Why is that? What is the best use of the staff that we have? According to the data on the school report card, we have more administrators per pupil than the state average. Do we have staff members who are doing mentoring or administrative work that would be better used in the classroom during this shortfall emergency? Are we using their talents as well and efficiently as we can to improve academic achievement? Dual language and multilingual services. These will be more difficult to schedule and manage. Teachers will need to travel between schools. When I had a teacher travel between King and UHS, we lost important, significant instructional time for students because the teacher was driving. We paid extra for mileage for that time, and she wasn't teaching or planning instruction or collaborating with colleagues, all of which are activities that could help improve academic achievement. Higher level courses. Our highest attrition rate for students is at the middle school level. I know families who took kids out of Urbana during the middle school years and then returned for high school, and some who, once they were out, stayed out. There is research that shows that academic achievement goes up for sixth graders in a K-6 school and down for sixth graders in a middle school. But that can be offset for some families if their kids can participate in the higher level classes. Part of what keeps families in the district is that ability. All scheduling, don't kid yourself, all scheduling 6 through 8 will have to consider time for students to travel. Students and teachers who travel back and forth lose significant instructional time. This is a drag on academic achievement, and I predict fewer options. I would feel better about all of this if I felt that the district had had a process that looked at many options, all with the focus on increasing academic achievement. I'm going to throw one out of left field. All K through 8 buildings, we should have all K through 8 buildings with K through 8 dual language program in our middle school building and use redistricting to make the numbers work. The benefits? Some research shows better academic achievement for middle schoolers in a K-8 building than in a middle school. Almost all research indicates better school climate. Students report not being as scared. This solution finds a great home for the DL program. Families are loyal to their elementary buildings. We might not have the attrition we have now, and we would have a better shot at raising academic achievement levels for all students.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. Last up is Ephraim Tutwiler.
Okay. Do I hit the button for the?
Just make sure the mic is
it's
close.
just a
Yeah.
physical
If it's green, then you're good to go. Just make sure the mic's close to your mouth, please.
All right, cool. Okay, there we go. My name is Ephraim. I'm a parent at Thomas Paine. What I would like to urge you guys as the board is just for more transparency. I, as a parent, we started the new school year here, and there's still some gaps. I think what we need is more transparency so that we retain more teachers. The original idea was that we were going to fill the holes, because we had a shortage. Well, right now, we still have shortages. Like, Mr. Gutzmer, I saw you crossing guard on Philo Road. We're still missing a crossing guard on Philo Road. There have been other things that are going on that was promised to us when we switched over and we were going to take our kids from Wiley to Thomas Paine. That's a big gap. That's I've seen the principal out there, but there's other things that we had that, should have been there. And I know that there are other, if we had better transparency earlier, maybe we would retain more people. and things like this wouldn't be an issue. I'm really concerned with the Wiley decision because there wasn't enough transparency in the first place. We did have a lot of teachers leave. We're still missing teachers. We need more help. And I feel like if you guys are going to take the time and do it, I think that we can have a better way to communicate, not only to us as in the community, whether or not, my total feelings aside, if you guys feel that it should be a 6th grade center, we need more research to tell us that this is going to be okay, because we hadn't seen enough. And on the board side, I know that I don't agree with the makeup of the committee, but at the same time, like, you guys are basically making the decision. You need to show us reasons to have more trust in this whole decision. If it's going to be a 6th grade center, great. If it's going to be an elementary center, or still an elementary school, as much as I'm on edge because I don't know what to think, you know what I mean? And I'm not the only one here. If I knew more information about what you guys thought here on these decisions, if you guys could have said this 6 months ago, and now we could have more research now. You guys could tell us why you think that it should be a 6th grade center. You guys could tell us what you guys are thinking. But at some point, I know you guys are in charge and there's a decision to be made, but at some point, we got to have more transparency so that we can have more trust in you guys in the decisions that are being made for us and for our kids. Because right now, I don't know what to think. And I know that there's a bunch of other teachers and parents and others that feel the same way. And the rush decision to close Wiley and how everything's going here, like, there was a lot to kind of be desired on the parents' end. I'm trying to find the nicest way to put that. It has been a struggle for me, just looking back as a parent here, going through the transitions. I know that we needed more staff in the lines for drop off over at Thomas Paine. Like, so I can't imagine what some of the other schools are dealing with. But yet, if there was a little bit more, planning that was put, and I'm asking you guys for more planning into whatever you guys are going to do, because the execution here is definitely going to reflect on you guys. Like, and it's going to help create a better sense of community, because right now, like, there's a sense of broken community here. On my block, across the street from Wiley, we got kids that my kids play with, and they're all going to 3 different schools. And it's in the district, right? It's crazy. All that we're going to a previous school. And we're all kind of getting different things here. And, I mean, this is the community that we were living in, that was built. And now it's taken apart, And I'm just asking for more transparency so that I know I will feel more comfort. And when you have more people who have more comfort in there, they're going to help build more trust in other people as well. And they're going to help bring more people to the community. But until you get more trust from us, which we, and more of us to believe in you guys, the more it's going to be, you're going to get more pushback. The more you're going to get more frustration. And I feel like, I'm sure you guys feel the same way. Frustrated just like me, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tutwiler. There will be a public forum later in this meeting for people to come to address the board with regards to Wiley School. There is no call tonight for an executive session after our meeting. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda as amended? Oh, yeah, before we progress out, Ms. Jones is sick and would like to state for the record that Ravi is present, even though he wasn't here during roll call. Okay, is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda with a slight amendment of swapping administrative reports 10.3 and 10.4?
I move for approval with amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have an agenda. There are no commendations or recognitions tonight. It is now time for our public hearing. So I will open the floor for people to come forward and give a statement with regards to Wiley School beyond what we had in our public comment section.
All right. I first want to note that I'm still personally undecided on the issue. I'm only here to raise some of the concerns that I have. I specifically want to focus on what happens when you remove 12 classrooms from the elementary school system. That's the number of classrooms at Wiley. There are really three options, right? You either increase class sizes, you repurpose other classrooms, or you assume that the district will shrink. The district's own frequently asked questions document suggests that the district is not shrinking, so we can rule that one out. To see how classrooms have increased, I requested data on class sizes from the district. I appreciate that that data was provided very quickly so that I can answer this question today. Class sizes in the district have historically averaged 20 students. And that's been true for the last 5 years across schools and across grade levels. This year, monolingual classrooms throughout the district have on average 1.4 additional students. So that's a 7% increase relative to last school year on average. These impacts, though, are concentrated at 3 schools: Thomas Paine, DPW, and Yankee Ridge. Thomas Paine took 87 Wiley students, but they actually didn't see major impacts on class sizes because they used 5 of their 8 brand new classrooms to accommodate the influx, which is naturally what should have happened. This allowed them to soak up 1 Wiley classroom basically at every level. But DPW and Yankee Ridge have on average 3 extra students in every classroom this year relative to last. That's a 15% increase at those schools. This is true for DPW, even though DPW didn't take on very many Wiley students. So why is that? It appears that DPW kept their overflow students because Yankee Ridge didn't have room for them. It sounds like there is a capacity concern that we need to be thinking about. So 2 schools saw a 15% increase in class sizes on average, and let's not forget, evidence suggests class sizes can have significant negative impacts on student achievement. So this worries me. One other way to keep class size impacts low is to repurpose classrooms, right? That was the third option that I gave. Non-instructional classrooms are used for important functions like literacy intervention, special education, ESL instruction, and probably a lot of things that I don't even know about. The impact on those students, though, should be fully assessed before approving Wiley as something other than an elementary school. What worries me most is that the information that's being provided isn't acknowledging any of these trade-offs. So for example, the frequently asked questions doesn't actually answer the question about class sizes, as someone already pointed out. It just says class sizes don't exceed the contractual max more than usual. In my opinion, being at the contractual max is a worst-case scenario. For example, this year my 3rd grader is in a classroom with 28 students. That's 8 students more than the average class size in the district last year, but it still doesn't require an aide. It's not over the contractual max. In other words, the frequently asked question answer simply says we mostly avoided a worst-case scenario. I hope this school board will seriously discuss and consider any potential negative impacts, including to the Wiley community, for special ed and other special programs, thinking about all of these children in our district who will be going through multiple transitions, and the impacts on middle school programming. There will be negative impacts. I cannot say if the negative impacts will exceed the positive impacts. I can't. But ignoring them is foolish. We need to anticipate them. We need to plan for them before moving forward with a recommendation. To close, I'd like to propose a radical alternative. Jennifer proposed a radical alternative. Instead of a 6th grade center, maybe we should consider a 2nd middle school. Maybe at Wiley, maybe somewhere else. Someone else suggested somewhere else. let's say it's at Wiley. With 900 students, UMS is one of the biggest schools in the state. Another radical idea is that those empty classrooms could potentially be used for a DL school. I have no idea if it will work, folks, but what I'm asking you to think about is all of our options. This decision is going to affect our children. It's going to affect our community for a decade. Let's not rush the decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Would anybody else like to address the board in our public forum? Calling once. Calling twice. All right. Closing the public forum. We will have another public forum in 2 weeks. Thank you. My glasses go. Student ambassador report. Sorry. Paulina.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Okay. This is the student ambassador report from me and Dominica. For September 19th. The focal points are maintenance within the high school, and then some students had a lot of opinions about the new food service, Quest, for lunch, and some of the accomplishments of the Urbana Tigers. For Quest Food Management Services, specifically for lunch, some common perspectives are loads of students want juice back in the cafeteria, and some students desire more food options for lunch. And some days, students are only offered white milk, and students don't take anything to drink for lunch because of this. But the fruit has been a big hit, and students love the fruit, and they're always gone really fast, and they really like the sandwiches and the pizza, and there are really long lines for that. There's been some problems with inclusivity for lunch. There's been some instances where Quest doesn't have non-pig options. Therefore, students who are Muslim may not have the option for protein for lunch. I've seen this, and they've had to have just vegetables and bread. And there are hardly any non-meat options, which could impact vegetarians, Hindus, vegans, and Buddhists. And many students have to bring food from home, and then use classroom microwaves to heat up their food because there's no gluten-free options. And so they were trying to find a way to put a microwave in the cafeteria because they don't have enough options at lunch. Does anyone have any idea what is on the bottom of this fruit? Does anyone have any ideas? Rice. Worms. No. Okay. So a student showed me this picture, and we were wondering, is this food still good to eat, and what's on the bottom of it? And they were very concerned about it, and this is from Quest. So utility and maintenance of the Urbana High School. I put out a question asking students what they wished for, and almost every single student talked about the bathrooms and the temperature in classes. Students have been asking for sinks that work. Normally they work for maybe 2 seconds, and then they just stop working and water stops flowing. And the toilets don't always flush, and they overflow a lot. And the doors are not big enough, so when students go to the bathroom, sometimes you can see students using the bathroom. The temperature, the air conditioning and the heating are not well. Students have been complaining about how they're freezing in one class, but they're really hot in another. So I've seen students fanning themselves. One time we had to go in the theater because it was too hot in our classroom. And then lots of people are wearing jackets in class, and one time people were sitting on the floor in front of the heater instead of at their desks just so they could get warm. On a brighter note, congratulations to the Urbana Tigers. The Urbana High School Marching Band attended a competition last weekend and performed very well. The Urbana High School football team played their first home game and scored 2 touchdowns, although they ultimately lost. Urbana High School swims team and dive and swim team placed 11th at their last competition, and Urbana High School's marching band performed at a football game for their first time this year at the home game. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very, very much.
We will share your notes and Katie will with the question of the Thank you.
And they're actually coming, I think, on October 3rd to give a presentation about vegan and vegetarian options and an update on food service and how it's gone for the first couple months. So that'll be a really good lead-in.
It's timely. So it's now time for administrative reports. First up is our USD 116 budget discussion from Katie.
All right. Yes. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks. All right. So I was able to get the budget sent out a day early on Thursday to everybody. Hopefully you had a chance to look it over. I'm going to go through this presentation to just highlight the most major changes year over year, the largest budget items. So if you have specific questions, I'll try to answer them tonight. Otherwise, I'll certainly be able to respond and answer in the next day or two. All right. Okay. Is this working? Okay. All right, so I'm going to walk through, first of all, just before I get into the budget, I was just going to briefly review the performance of the education fund, which is our largest fund for the current fiscal year that just ended. You'll be receiving the audited financial statements for last fiscal year at the October board meeting. So this is kind of a preliminary review of the ed fund performance. Then we'll go through the budget assumptions document and highlight some budget changes year over year. And then finally, I'll go over the fund balances of our major funds. So for the education fund, we performed fairly well. We had budgeted $53 million in revenues, and we fell short of that by about $2 million. We brought in $51 million in revenue. The primary reason for that is because the June property tax payments were held back by the county treasurer, and we didn't receive them until July, actually until August. So there was a big chunk that we normally would have received in June that didn't come, and about over $2 million of that was supposed to come to the ed fund. For expenditures, we also performed well. We had budgeted expenditures of $53 million, and our actual expenditures were around $49 million. And there was last year, the main reason for our performance for expenditures was due to unfilled vacancies, and that was still a major factor, but there were several other smaller factors as well. But I was just highlighting the most major factor. At least half of this number was due to unfilled vacancies that we had budgeted that were never filled for the year. And so in the end, although we had budgeted a surplus for the ed fund of $200,000, we wound up with a surplus of $1.9 million. Which will be good going into the next couple of years where we have more uncertainty. So first I'd like to talk about the revenue assumptions that are in the FY24 budget. So the document that I'll be talking about is the one that says budget assumptions at the top. And on page 1, bullet point number 1, property tax revenues are our largest source of revenue for the district. They make up about 70% of our revenues. And our property tax revenues are expected to increase year over year from last year about 9.9%. And so some of that is actual known revenue amounts because the levy is split in half between 2 years. We receive half of the levy from the 22 levy, and then we receive the other half from the 23 levy based on the fiscal year ending in June. Property owners make tax payments in June and September, and so all the payments that are made in June we receive in the prior fiscal year, and then the payments that we receive in September are in the next fiscal year. So they're always split in half based on that levies cycle. So we know how much we're planning on getting for the current levy that we're in right now for the payments that are being made in September. And then we estimate how much we believe we will receive in June of next year, which is still FY24. And so with those changes, we know that for the current year, we had a lot of new property come on to the board, to the rolls in the equalized assessed values because of the new apartment complex that was built along University and Lincoln. And then also because TIF 2 expired, and that brought another 20 million into EAV as well. And new property for the property tax levy is a one-time bump to our levy that we can accept in the year that it's added. But then going forward, because we're under tax caps, the only other new revenue we receive from property taxes is the change in the consumer price index, which is given to us every January. And so we know we had a 5% change in consumer price index in the current year, and we've already, it's been released that it'll be 5% again next year. So we do have some way to estimate what next year's levy will be. And so in total, we're estimating property tax revenue growth of 9.9%. Bottom of page 1 also discusses evidence-based funding. Actually, Lori, would you mind helping distribute that? And we, Jennifer found this lovely one-pager about evidence-based funding that's very colorful that ISB put out, and I just thought we'd hand that out as another visual. But we were really fortunate to find out in late August that we received Tier 1 funding for evidence-based funding. So rather than, ever since evidence-based funding began in 2018, or I think it was 2018, we've always been in Tier 2, and we've received between 300 and 350,000 in new revenues each year. And then the following year, that 300,000 becomes part of the base, and then you get another new tier allocation each year. And so the goal would be that state funding helps offset and equalize the differences in property tax funding amongst the districts throughout the entire state. So this is all done through what's called an adequacy target calculation, and we consistently for every year of evidence-based funding had an adequacy target of 73%, and that did not change this year. But the factors, the tier levels of how they're setting who fell into Tier 1 and who fell into Tier 2, as the districts have gotten better funded, they're raising that target. So last year, the target was anybody under 70%. Well, this year, it's anybody under 77. So we are 73, so we wound up in Tier 1 because they keep raising that target to help bring the districts that are lower adequacy target funded up. So we were really lucky because instead of 300,000, we got 1.2, 1.3 million in new tier funding this year. And now going forward, that'll be part of our base funding for next year, even if our tier funding goes back to Tier 2. So some of that has to do with how much money is available in the state for tier funding each year as well. So there's a lot of factors. It's a very complex system for evidence-based funding, but I feel really fortunate that we were able to qualify for Tier 1 this year. Okay, so next I'm going to talk at the top of page 2. Another large revenue source for the district is corporate personal property replacement tax. And in the last couple of years, this revenue source has been very unpredictable. And it seems to have leveled out now post-COVID. And we received an announcement that they were actually going to be reducing allocations for corporate personal property replacement tax due to reconciliation of estimated tax payments to what they actually received. And then we received an estimate from the state that that amount of reduction was going to be around $800,000 for this year. So even though we got new EBF funding, we got less CPPRT, but ultimately the EBF stays consistent and will add to our base, and that's really fortunate. And the CPPRT may ebb and flow. So. And who knows, because they've put these estimates out for CPPRT and then they're just not right, and we wind up with more anyway. So I went ahead and budgeted what they estimated, but in the end, we'll just kind of see what winds up happening. Yeah, please.
Do you mind to explain what is CPPRT?
Yes, it's a tax revenue that's received by the state from corporations. It's it's part of the corporate filing of their taxes that a portion of that comes back to local governments.
Thank you.
Would the dark closure potentially affect that?
Well, I don't know that it's actually locally based. I think it's like statewide, and then they allocate it out. And I'm not totally sure exactly how they do that. So, but I could research that a little bit more. And I'll get back to you. Okay. Moving on to some expenditure assumptions on the next page. Oh, next slide. Sorry. Right. So when we take a look at all salary increases in the district year over year, we're looking at about $8.3 million in total costs for salary increases, a total of $3.2 million in the ed fund for next year. And the breakdown of those percentages increases to different classes of employees and types of employees is provided at the bottom of page 2 of the budget assumptions document. So some of those were part of the negotiations for the contract for certified and support staff, and some of that was part of the decisions that the board made in May regarding non-union support staff and administrator raises. In addition, district contributions to health insurance premiums increased by 14%, or $660,000, which also included some additional contributions towards family insurance premiums and employer HSA contributions. I mentioned in the tentative budget that we are expecting a decrease in our energy budgets. We found out in April and May that the capacity charges had been very high last year and caused a huge increase and unpredictability in our energy budgets. And in fact, when I was working on the budget last year, they told me to budget a 200% increase, like budget double, and I wound up budgeting 150%. And we wound up coming in right about where I budgeted, which was good. But now this year, the estimates are that we can decrease that now, going back down to still higher than historical levels, but a lot less than last year, so that we're looking at a reduction in total energy budgets of around $240,000. And that's in bullet point 11 of the assumptions document, talks a little bit more about that. And lastly, there was quite a few changes and budgets for food service on the revenue side and the expenditure side. A lot of those are based on meal participation rates that are being estimated by what our contractor thinks that they'll be able to increase our program by. And so we've budgeted based on those estimates. Those were provided as part of that contract approval that we did last April. Was it in April? And so we're looking at increase in contractual food service costs of around $750,000. And we also budgeted for some increase in food service equipment due to the demands of trying to get all of our equipment up to speed and up to par with what our contractor expects. But also $45,000 of that was a food service equipment grant that we received from the state. So that's included in expenditures and also in revenues. On bullet point 20, I discussed that the Indoor Aquatic Center loss contribution for this coming fiscal year is $266,000. So we have a new agreement with the Indoor Aquatic Center for 2023 to 2027. And the first year of that agreement is very similar to previous agreements, where at the end of the year, we look at all the revenues that the facility brought in from memberships, and we look at all, or daily admissions to the pool, or parties, or whatever revenue sources the pool brings in. And then we look at all of the costs of staffing the facility and keeping the lights on and the pumps running. And anything that isn't covered by those revenues, the two districts split 50-50, the park district and the school district. So this year will be much the same. We'll split any loss it always has a loss, by the way, always. It does not make money at all, it never has. And that loss has continued to grow over the years. But we will split that loss 50-50 this coming year. And then for the remaining years of the agreement, in order to help the park district with some of their needs and to keep this partnership, we decided to tier that split more towards the school district. So the following year, it'll be, instead of 50-50, it'll be 45-55, and then it winds up being 60-40 for the remaining 2 years of the agreement. And then similarly, we also will be splitting the contribution towards any capital improvements. We'll start to tier more towards the school district. We do own that facility, and the park district is our operating partner. And so for capital improvements, there's a list of items in the new agreement that we were trying to get done more sooner than later. It was things that we already knew were outstanding items. And so that list of items we committed to splitting 50-50. And then any items that happen after that will be tiered similarly to the split in these following years. And so I budgeted an amount for some capital improvements that are planned that we've been discussing doing in the next year or so in the current budget as well. Is it time to move on? No. No, I'm not. Okay. Thanks, John. This is the one I was talking about. Sorry. Okay, and now the last 3 bullet points on this slide are all part of bullet point number 24 of the budget assumptions document, and they talk about capital projects. So currently in the budget, I have $4 million budgeted for the completion of the Thomas Paine project, and most of that occurred in August. There's a few punch list items, well, July and August. A few punch list items I'm sure that Randy's still working through to close out that contract, and then at that point we'll pay out the remaining retainage on the project and it'll be done. And then I do have 2 large placeholders for bond proceeds. I've been discussing with Stiefel, and they'll actually be here on October 3rd as well to lead a discussion with the board about issuing bonds. So for now, in the FY24 budget, I have a placeholder for $20 million in bond proceeds to be issued in the spring. And then I also have our usual 3-year rolling bond issue, the $3 million that we issue every 3 years for summer working cash bond projects that Randy uses, and technology funds for instructional technology that John uses. So those 2 bond proceed placeholders are in the budget. And I also have about 10 million of the 20 is budgeted right now as an on the expenditure side to be appropriated for spending on projects that we issue the bonds for. Just big placeholders. So, okay, and then this slide is the second to last page of the budget assumptions document. There's a budget summary, sorry, it's like this. And this has all of the district's funds. So a couple highlights I wanted to make on this. And firstly, you can see that the education fund has a positive surplus end of year, adding about $220,000 to fund balance. And you can see that in the current year surplus column on the second to the right. And then I'm also pleased that I'll be working on, I talked about this briefly, but a couple of our funds have negative fund balance, the operation and maintenance fund and the tort fund. And I'm working slowly. You can't really do it overnight because you kind of have to adjust your levy slowly. But I am working on trying to get those a little bit more positive this year. So briefly highlighting the major sources of revenue in the education fund. Like I said, 70% of our funds come from local sources, which is primarily property taxes. And then 23% comes from state sources and 7% from federal sources, which are primarily state and federal grants that we receive through ISB. And this is the breakdown of the different categories that we have on the expenditure side. You can see 70% of our expenditures are for salaries, 11% are for employee benefits. So most of our budget is going towards staffing costs, and then small percentages go towards services, supplies, a small amount for capital outlay, and then other costs such as the largest portion of it is for tuition for special education. And a quick snippet at those fund balances. This is just a chart depicting those fund balances. And so you can see that operations and maintenance and the tort fund have small negative fund balances that we're working to increase. And all of the other funds are positive. This is projected ending fund balances at the end of the fiscal year if you know, the budgeted projections were to end this way. So this is where we will be at the end of this coming fiscal year. And I think that was it. So any other questions that I can answer for you or go back on any slides and review?
Board members, any comments or questions for Katie?
I know it's a lot.
But Joe is going to help me.
Good.
So I don't need this. Okay.
No, you can just.
So, mi primera pregunta es acerca del budget. Veo que hay mucha distribución, sobre todo en salarios y buildings, pero ¿cómo va a justificarse el budget para las remodelaciones que están planeando para el centro de 6 años?
So the question is, she notices that the majority of the budget goes to salaries and staffing. How does the district plan to work for the budget regarding the remodeling of like the 6th grade center, Wiley? Where does that money come from? How does that fit into the budget?
That's a really good question. So the page, this slide that I was sharing is only the education fund. So this fund is where, this is the largest fund that we have in the district. However, the construction projects come from a different fund, and that would be on this slide, which is also this page. And if you look at the one that's called Fund Number 60, which is called Construction from Bonds, and also Fund 65, which is Facilities Sales Tax Proceeds, those two funds fund our construction projects. So you can see that in the current year for fiscal year 24, we're budgeting for 23 million in new revenues in that Fund 60. And so that would be the 20 million of bond proceeds if we were to do an alternate revenue source bond in the spring. And the 3 million would be the summer working cash projects that Randy uses for projects throughout the district. And then on the expenditure side, we're budgeting to spend 15 million, which I said 10 million of that is just a budget placeholder for whatever projects would offset the 20 million in bond proceeds. And the other 5 is the remainder of the bonds that we haven't spent yet from the 2021 bond issue, and then a portion of the 3 million that we will issue in the spring.
Y ese fund que ahorita tienen, ¿es constante? ¿Va a ser constante?
Are the funds constant or do they change? How do they change?
Yeah, that's a good question too. So the education fund is more consistent. That's going to be the same every year. But the construction funds are more like ebbs and flows based on the projects that you plan and the bond issuances that you can afford to take out. So we can't always afford. So we will use sales tax revenues to make the bond payments for that 20 million bond. And that's probably a bond that will be repaid over 10 to 15 years. So that will be an amount of time that we probably won't be able to afford issuing bonds again in that amount until those bonds are paid off. And then we can take more bonds out again to pay over time.
Y hasta este momento no tenemos un costo de las remodelaciones de Wiley. Y si tenemos el dinero extra, podría incluso utilizarse para la construcción de un nuevo building, de un nuevo centro.
So do we have sufficient money at this time for the remodeling of Wiley? And if we have sufficient or additional fundings, could it be considered to look at building a new building or another building for
In
another
case
school?
we need it. In case.
Yeah, if we need it.
Right, so the 20 million is about where we can probably, the estimates that we will get from Ann. So we have our bond consultants will be here in 2 weeks on the 3rd. And they'll talk more about that, and those will be good questions for them. But we can issue somewhere between 12 million and 25 million. That's all kind of still up in the air as to how much we need, because until we know what the project is going to cost, we won't issue the bonds, because we'll issue the amount that we actually need. The estimates that our architects have given us for Wiley have been 20 million or less. And so that would be a reasonable amount that we would need to issue. But if we issue that, then no, we won't have another 20 million to build a new building or to do anything else until we pay those bonds off.
Thank you.
¿Y sabe lo que es un bond? Un bondo?
¿Como un préstamo?
Sí, okay.
Thank you.
Just clarifying.
It's like a mortgage.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
Loans for public entities.
Yes.
Basically.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you both.
Mhm.
Gracias.
Thank you. That worked really well, Joe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One way to look at it is we have income we can spend on building projects right now from our 1% sales tax at around $4 to $4.5 million. You know, if we want to spend more than that in 1 year, we have to borrow from the future, and that means that we couldn't take on another project for 5 or 6 years if it's $20 million, for example.
Yeah, that was my concern. Like in case we decide to go to the sixth grade center, and then in 2 or 3 years, 4 years, we find out that the capacity of the remaining schools is low. Then we have to have another building. So how are we gonna play with numbers? Where the money gonna go? Do we have some saving, or it's just gonna be like up in the air again?
Yeah, if we'd have to go to the voters and ask for them to raise their taxes for us to have more income to build more. That's what we'd have to do from.
Paul to acknowledge me. I have a question. You were talking about the education fund being the same every year, and this must have been brought up before the contract was voted on. But how do you prepare for the increases in salaries, et cetera, for the next couple of years of the contract?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We did some projections, and I mean, one thing is we had a pretty good idea what our new tax base would be. We knew we were going to have 5% CPI, and then again, we just found out we're going to have another 5% CPI. So we had some idea of what those revenue sources that do grow that education funds annually would be. But then from there, we have to make commitments that are agreeable to both sides of the party and then make it work. So I don't know what the future will hold for the remaining 2 years of the contract other than my conservative estimates. But I told Dr. Ivory Tatum that as soon as this budget's done, I'm starting to do some real projections of FY25 to try to get a better idea of what that looks like. So so many things are up in the air too that are big moves that make a big difference. But the contract, I do know what estimates the total contract will cost over the 3 years, and then figuring out what other revenue sources and other costs the district may have over those years. It's pretty hard to do multi-year projections in local government. So, we kind of do all of our budgeting 1 year at a time. If you really were to get into a pinch where you had a deficit, you'd probably just move forward with that deficit and use that year to plan how you're going to not have a deficit the following year. And that's part of the reason we have fund balance, is to be able to withstand one bad year while you're making those changes.
So along those lines, on the ed fund surplus for this upcoming year, it's 219,000, right? So the number that I heard bantied about in February was that we would save $1 million by closing Wiley for this current school year. So then, is it safe to say if Wiley wasn't closed this year, our ed fund would have a deficit of like 780,000?
Yes.
All right. Then my next question is, to get this surplus of 219,000, does that include an assumption of the rebates from the solar panel projects that were urgently approved in, say, May?
That is a good question, and no, it doesn't, because I've learned quite a bit about that. So the rebates that we will receive, the project has to be fully completed before we can apply for the rebates. The IRS is releasing guidance on how to apply for the rebates in October, but those solar panels aren't going to be completed. The estimated completion date is something like fall or winter of 2024. So we won't even apply for those rebates until like January 2025, and so that will wind up being in the FY25 or even 26 budget. So until we have a better idea of those timelines and estimates, that is not in this budget.
Okay.
And any other questions, board members, ambassador? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation, Katie. Next up is for our administrative report is a discussion on the Urbana adult education budget. Shauna Shearer.
All right, thank you for having me. So I want to start by doing a quick overview of our programs. Can you hear me okay? It is on. Is that better? Sorry. I'll be closer. We have a number of programs at Adult Ed for those of you who don't know a lot about our programming. We have an English language acquisition program for our English language learners. We have a high school diploma program, and as part of that program we have a WIOA youth grant, which is a workforce grant, so we help support students finishing out their diploma and then moving on to employment or post-secondary education. We also have the TAOP grant, which funds us as an optional education program and also helps fund the district's student engagement advocates for truancy. We have our CNA program in partnership with OSF. That's where our students do their clinicals and hopefully become employed. And then that is also partially funded by the United Way. We have a pre-CNA program. We've had it in the past, but in the past couple years we haven't been able to run it due to staffing issues, but we are very excited to initiate that program this year, and it's scheduled for late October, early November. And that program is, so basically any student that applies for our CNA program but doesn't yet have the academic skills to be successful in that program, we offer a pre-CNA to help get them ready for our CNA program. Well, you know, our hope is that any student who goes through our CNA program can pass the state licensure exam, so that's why we test students, basically test their reading skills before we admit them to our CNA program. And then we have a citizenship class, which is a very small grant in partnership with the University Y to help our community members get their citizenship. So in terms of the budget, what you'll see for this year is that we have had a number of cuts. This is due for I'm going to give you some reasons why that happened for the various grants. So our major funding source is the Illinois Community College Board, and we had a number of cuts for those grants, not because of our performance, necessarily. A small portion, maybe $20,000 of that difference is because of performance. The rest is just due to how they index our area of need, and they take into account a report that comes out from SIUE every year that says what our unemployment rate is, what our poverty rate is, and things like that. And that determines our area of need, and then ICCB distributes those funds accordingly. So Parkland also is in our area and also received a cut. And then our WIOA grant, a good portion of that funding is dedicated every year to student employment, and we've had a hard time spending out those funds, and so they cut that about 20% for this year compared to last year. Our TAOP funds, however, went up, and that was very exciting for us and for the district support of the SEA positions. United Way, that original, the $20,250, that was actually the amount we were allocated last year. They came to us after the year started and said, hey, we have this extra money, do you want it? And I said, sure, of course I do. So that's not actually a cut, it's just back to the original amount. Our citizenship grant just supports one teacher. It's a very small program, a very important program, but a small program, and we really didn't need the amount that they gave us last year. We really couldn't even spend that grant out because of what it has to go towards. So it's more accurate this year in terms of what we actually need for that program. And then you can see there that the district TAOP, the funds dedicated to district TAOP. And then also the other revenue source will be the district support. that we get every year. We basically have up to that amount, the $75,000, if we need it, which we will for this year, I anticipate, but we haven't needed that whole amount in the last few years. Last year, in fact, we only needed about $3,000 of that amount. But this year I have a feeling, unless something changes, given the state of things, we will probably need the whole amount. Sorry, Katie. And then we have some amount that revenue that we get from, for example, we do an advanced ESL class for students who don't qualify. They don't test low enough to qualify for our free classes, but we still want to offer them the service, so we offer a paid class that basically just covers the teacher's fee and maybe some class materials. We also started a partnership last year with RPC, and for any student, or not students, any adults that they want to enroll in their WIOA services, they have to take the same test that we give to our students to qualify for our services. And so they come and test in our assessment center, and then we charge them like $20 a student or something, $25 a student. So that's been a nice partnership because it's kind of a win-win for them. We take care of all the management side of things and for a nominal amount for them because they're one of our area partners, but it does help us with a little bit of funding. And then in terms of our expenses, you can see those there. I'll just highlight that, like the district, like every organization pretty much, the biggest amount goes to salaries and benefits. Purchase services, that's mostly our utilities, copier, anything related to our facility. And then our materials and supplies, a lot of that is the normal materials and supplies, but then we also have a couple of subscriptions to online learning platforms. So you can see there that there is a bit of a deficit as of right now for this year. A couple of things about that. We know that we can't sustain that over time, but there are there's actually 3 grants coming out that I'm pretty excited about. One came to my attention through partners with ICCB, but it actually has to be a municipality that applies for it. So we shared it with Mayor Marlin, who I think, if I'm not mistaken, Jennifer shared it with Dr. Ivy Tatum, shared it with Champaign, and they, I think, are going to apply for it and are willing to have us partner with them through that. That's for new immigrants, so hopefully that will happen. And then there's a couple of other grants that ICCB is offering for adult ed programs. That one just came out that I plan to apply for, that we've had in the past, and I feel pretty confident, hopefully, that we will get some funding for that. So I expect that that deficit will not be as great as it is when it's all said and done, but we might still have somewhat of a deficit. The other thing is that we do have a pretty healthy, for our size of program, a pretty healthy amount of reserves, because you can see there are ending fund balance even with the deficit. And so that's why we have those reserves. Those reserves are there exactly for this situation. Again, I'm going to work real hard to try and not have to dip into those reserves, but worst case scenario, we dip into it a little bit and then make decisions on how we're going to get through next year and have a balanced budget, which might mean we have to look at where we can make cuts. That'll be a little difficult for us in terms of staffing because currently we only have, including myself, 13 full-time staff members. So we don't have a lot of cutting that we can do from salaries and benefits. We're operating at one of our lowest levels that we have. But there are creative things I think that we can do if we need to in the future to bring that down some. But hopefully it won't be an issue. All right, I'm going to stop there just to see if there's questions about the budget before I talk about our program.
Board members, any questions?
Yeah. The performance money that you receive, is that for several years back? Not just for the previous year, is that correct? So next year would be for how many years back?
It's on like my understanding of it is that it's on a 3-year sort of cycle, so that you don't take a big cut if you have a bad year. It doesn't show up right the next year. So it's on a 3-year sort of rolling average.
So it doesn't relate to how many students that you have and how many gains they have?
It is related to how many gains we have and how much enrollment we have and
Right, so if
attendance hours.
enrollment continues to increase, that means
Yes.
the next few years, hopefully, that
Yes,
would see more.
thank you for mentioning that, because I actually had that in my notes and forgot to say it. We did take a little bit, like I said, a performance hit, largely due. We're still dealing with the effects of COVID, as every program is, and so we're hoping that as we get our outcomes improve, both with our enrollment and our attendance hours and our skill gains, that we will see an increase in those performance dollars.
Can you speak more on the student employment fund cuts? What is that, and why are we losing money there or giving money back there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So basically, whatever amount of funding that we get from our WIOA grant, 20% of that has to be allocated to support student employment. And we have had a really hard time finding students that can work as much as needed in order to spend out those funds and find partnerships with local organizations that want to employ our students in a supported employment situation, because that comes with a lot of support. Employers have to give a lot of support. Yeah. And with everything that has happened with COVID and all of the things, it was hard for us to reach all those, to reach the amount we needed to. We do have plans in place, though, to remedy that. This year we have a on-the-job training. We've gotten approval. Finally, that's all gone through. It's completely approved. We've been working on it for a while with OSF, so our CNA students can go right into employment with OSF. And if OSF gives them a full-time job with benefits, then for 6 months, our funds will cover half of their salary, which is really good for OSF. Yeah. And good for our students and good for us, because we'll spend out those dollars much more quickly and much more efficiently than trying to place students in shorter term, fewer hour employment positions. Does that make sense? Yeah. Does that help? Okay. Thanks.
I'm not sure this is a budget question or a program question, but I was wondering if you can tell me approximately, like last year, how many of the students in your high school diploma program were students that were expelled from the district?
That's a great question, and I don't actually have that answer right now. The number expelled, in this presentation, there are the number of high school age UHS students. I think we had just a few that were expelled, but I can get those numbers and get back to you.
One thing I want to piggyback off of your question, typically how long does it take for a high school diploma student who enrolls to finish and earn the high school diploma? So if an expelled student would come senior year, how long would it take for them to capture credits if they came regularly?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question, and it goes right into my program information. So is that fine to move on to that if there are no other budget questions? Okay, great. So so it varies based on how many credits our students need. So we look at whatever credits our students have had when they come to us. We evaluate their transcript, and we only have them make up the credits that they're missing. So if a senior comes to us and they only need a handful of credits, they're going to probably be able to graduate with their class if they do their part. If a senior comes to us and they've only earned 3 out of the 45 required credits, it's going to take them longer. We in the past have had a model where our high school diploma students enroll, and it's open enrollment. They can enroll throughout the year, and then when they come, we evaluate their transcript, we look at what credits they need, and then they work sort of independently with support from the teacher on whatever credits they need. So each teacher might have in their classroom a number of students working on different subject areas all at the same time. And we were pretty flexible, especially post-COVID, with when students came, because our students were, managing and balancing a lot of different things. We have changed our structure this year, so we're now doing 5-week sessions. And students are with us for 3 hours a day, 4 days a week, and half of that 3-hour session is more of a direct instruction class. So if a student needs an English credit, they might be sitting in an English class at the end of that 5 weeks. If they pass the final exam and they've done the work and met our attendance requirement, they get the credit. And then the other half is kind of the flex model that we've used in the past, where students could be working at their own pace on the credits that they need. Students could complete 0 credits during that flex time if they're not really working much on what they need to do, or they could complete. I mean, just had a student that's already, our session, first 5-week session ends actually Thursday, and one student has already completed, some of the credits were partially from last year that had rolled over to finish up this year, but he's on his 4th flex credit. So if students work hard and they do a lot of work outside of school, they can move through their credits quickly if they're willing to put in the time, but they have to be willing to work outside of their 3 hours a day. Does that answer your question? Okay. So going back to the slides here, the student enrollment, you can look at the historical enrollment. The really good news from this is that our population, our enrollment numbers are starting to come back up. You can see what they were the year that COVID hit in March, which that was a pretty accurate representation of what we've had in previous years, and then how they dropped and how they're coming back up, especially with our ESL students. We are very excited about those numbers. I'm also, well, let me go back up for 1 second. I'm sorry. If you see at the top, it says 7.5 attendance hours. Our students have to pass basically 4 gates in our outcome measures. The first is to hit 7.5 hours. That's when they're considered a student to be enrolled. So we have students, a lot more students than the number there, that come but only maybe come to 2 classes and then leave. So the 7.5 means they're actually counted as a student. So you can kind of see the trends there. And then you can see where we're at right now. So what's exciting about this is that our numbers for this year, you can see the difference in first quarter of last year compared to, for ESL students, the first week, because we started our ESL classes a little bit later than we started our high school diploma classes. High school diploma, that was just the first month. Like I said, our first session ends on Thursday. Our next session starts on Monday. We already have 70 new students that will be added to that. So that's about 134 if you're comparing quarter to quarter, assuming that the majority of those students make it to 7.5 hours. And then you can see our CNA enrollment also has increased from last year. And here's some information about the Urbana residents. Paul, you asked about expelled students, which I can find that out, but I did want you to see for the last couple years at least how many Urbana residents have enrolled with us that are in that age range of high school. So we have the 16 to 18-year-olds there, and then 16 to 20-year-olds, and then high school diploma students of all ages that are Urbana residents, and then all of our programs and how many are Urbana residents. Just in case anyone's interested, Champaign is the next. So that's about 53% of our students are Urbana residents, and Champaign is the next largest, which is to be expected at about 31%. And then the remaining are small towns around in the area.
So you also accept the students from other part of the county? I mean,
yes. Yes, we do. Students can come to us. We have students from Rantoul, Broadlands, Mahomet, Tolono, all over.
Shauna, is the 7.5 hours a day?
No,
A week?
sorry. It just means they hit 7.5 hours. So they're not considered. As I said, we have a lot more students than that. If I just looked at any number of students that enrolled with us, we'd probably be at that. Last year we would have been about at that 500 mark, but we don't count them as students until they hit 7.5 hours. And then here's our outcome data from last year. This is what Ms. Langendorf was talking about in terms of our performance dollars. So in 2021, we didn't meet the ICCB goal. If you look at that, their goal was 44.7%, and we were at 39.91% of our students that made measurable skill gains. And what that means is they either got a diploma, they got their CNA license, because that's the only license we offer right now, or they gained a level on the post-test that we give to all of our students. The students in this measure have to be at 12 hours. So that's the second gate. I told you we have 4 different gates. The first one they have to go through is a 7.5. That means they're a student. 12 hours or more, that means they have to be post-tested. What we have seen historically is that we have a number of students that attend with us for 12 hours but never make it to the 40 hours required to take the post-test because they cannot post-test until they've been with us for 40 hours. So we are working really hard on retention and how to get students, once they hit those 12 hours, how to get them to the 40 to post-test with us. Because most of the reason that we don't make the gains is because they don't get to the 40 hours. They stop out before they get to the 40 hours. Because if you look down at the other row that says measurable skill gains, that reflects all the students who took a post-test. So that takes out all of those students who hit 12 hours but never hit 40. So that says to me that we're doing better with our students who stay with us. We still have room to grow, of course, but we are doing better for the students who stay with us and get to those 40 hours, but we need to make sure we keep them.
Do we survey to find why they don't stay with us? Like, are these individuals who are like entering the workforce because they need to eat and that's why they aren't doing the schooling, or
yes,
are there other factors?
That's a great question. Yes, we do survey the students. Sometimes it's hard to get in touch with them, but because basically what happens is they stop coming and we make phone calls and all of that. We do get in touch with the majority of them, send emails, teachers try, our counselors try, I try. And the majority that we get in touch with report exactly what you're saying. They either have childcare issues, or they're taking care of other family members, or they need to work to support themselves or their families and they don't have time for school, or something else happens in their lives that's really challenging for them to balance. And so, but even with that, we still want to work with them to help them get the support that they need to address those areas of their lives and continue their education. And what we see is that, and what I find fascinating, having been at adult ed now for 5 years, is that we have students who come back. So they might stop out for that year, but I mean, they re-enroll then the next year. It's really impactful to me how much they don't give up. They keep coming back, and then eventually they do finish. I mean, I know we've had students that started way before I was, but then stopped out for a period of time and then came back and finished. And that's, I want us to be able to give them the support to get them to finish sooner, but it is heartening that they come back and finish.
Yeah. Is our only method for the classes in person?
Right now it is,
Okay.
and that's a great question, or it's not a question, but it is a question, but that's a great thought, because we are looking at, we changed, like I said earlier, we changed the structure so significantly for this year that I didn't want to add one more major change, but we are looking to start planning. So next semester we'll start planning for a distance learning option to hopefully implement in fall of next year, fall of 24.
Okay, thanks.
And then here are our goals written into the work plan that I submit. It's basically the equivalent of like a school improvement plan. Just let you look at those. And if anybody has questions as we go through, I know you have a lot to get through tonight. And then those are kind of our data-based goals. And then here are our program goals, the things that we want to do as a program in order to improve what we're offering to students. And then here with what I would say are our celebrations. We've had a lot of district support. We have the new building. The district has been instrumental. Obviously, it wouldn't have happened without the district support. So thank you to everybody that's sitting around the table that made that happen. We so far have increased attendance and enrollment because of the way we're structuring our classes. We've seen a huge increase in attendance, and we've gotten reports from students that they're enjoying the new structure much more than they did the previous structure. That's not all students, but the students that I've talked to informally are pretty excited about what's happening, and they're much more engaged. And because of our changed structure, we're already seeing an increase in credit attainment. And then, of course, the new building is a big celebration. I wanted to share with you some survey results that I did. Thank you, Ms. Langendorf, for asking me to do it and giving me the idea to do this, to get our staff sort of tell me things, but they tell me at different times and in pieces, and so it was nice to have everything kind of written and in one place. We had 10 responses. That's out of 12 full-time staff members because I didn't take the survey. The reasons you can see there, most of our staff, 8 out of 10 agree or strongly agree that our building's clean and welcoming. The one who disagreed, I didn't see any comments attached to that. The person who said neutral commented that basically we're just still working on decorating the walls and things like that to make it more welcoming, but overall it's much better than the previous building. The new building feels safe. This was interesting because I was surprised that so many of our staff were either neutral or disagreed with it being safe. I found the comments related to that had to do with lighting in the parking lot. We have night classes, and they feel like the lighting needs to be better out here, which is actually true. I agree with them. I just hadn't really thought about it. And then they would like an intercom so we can talk to the people at the front door before we let them in, which we've been working on diligently. Randy has been hounding the people to get it installed, and it's just not happening, but that is not on the district at all. And then we had cameras in our old building internally, and they want us to put those back up, which we can do. So that will help with some of that. The sufficient space. This is, by and large, the most comments I've had from staff have been just, it's been an adjustment for them. They all have been very clear that they appreciate the new space. They appreciate how much nicer it is, but it is so much smaller than what we had, and that has been a hard adjustment, especially as we're looking to increase our enrollment. So that's, I think that I don't really need to, you can imagine what the comments were. They were all related to sort of classroom size and things like that. I feel the building needs upgrades. This one also surprised me a little bit, but then when I read the comments, I understood what they meant. And these are all things that we're working on, that the district folks are working on. It had to do with our Wi-Fi and our smart boards not working quite right because our Wi-Fi isn't strong enough. We're working on that. Our phones, we're working on that. And then the HVAC system, which I know Tiger Academy has also experienced it being really cold. If there's extreme temperatures outside, it's hard to regulate this because it's all up there and not easily accessible. But Randy and those folks have also been working on that. So all those things are being worked on. We're just not quite there yet. And then I just gave you some sort of highlights of the comments that sort of captured the themes throughout the survey. Mostly people were very happy and thankful and grateful to be here. There are some things we need to work on, and we'll continue working on with the support of the district. But overall, people are happy that this space is much better than our old space, and students have been very positive. And then here are our needs. It's pretty much what I said. Even though our classes are smaller and we need to figure out some solutions to that aren't necessarily obvious right at the moment, it has been really nice. We've worked out the schedule as much as we can, and Dr. Wiemelt and I work very well together in terms of sharing space at the Tiger Academy side of things in the evenings in particular, when we have multiple classes and larger classes and need more space and it's not being used by Tiger Academy folks in the evenings. So that has been a big help. And I think that's it. Any questions?
Board members, any questions or comments?
Sorry. Well, I focus in English, I focus on the microphone. Thank you so much because the program, the adult education program, that was the first program I reached when I came to the country, and you guys helped me to speak sort of English. I'm still working on, maybe I need to come back. But thank you so much because I know it's a huge, huge program that impacted a lot my life and a lot of my friends. So thank you of that. And I have a couple of questions. I needed to run to the bathroom. I don't know you touched those topics, but I'm curious about the ESL program. How many of the new arrivals are getting in? I know one of the requirements is to have an ID. That was a long time ago. Now it's not.
No, you mean to getting into class?
Yes.
No, we don't require any sort of documentation for students to access our classes. We do want their name and all, contact information, but we don't ask for an official government issued ID or anything like that. We do, for students who have it, we ask for their social security number only if they have it. It's not a requirement. But one of our outcome measures has to do with employment, and that is all run automatically through the state system. Then we can only get that information through social security numbers. But we make it very clear when students enroll, especially with our ESL students, we don't ask for that in front of a whole class or anything like that. So anyone can enroll in our classes. They don't have to have any sort of documentation in particular.
And then you mentioned about a new immigrant program.
The grant. Are you talking about the grant I mentioned,
The
or
class of the program? Maybe I got
the
that.
citizenship program?
No. You say that you have one new immigrant program, something like that.
So I talked about there being a, sorry, what? Yes, the grant. So I came across a grant that is getting ready to be, that hopefully the city will apply for, that we can partner with them, and it's targeted for its purposes for new immigrants.
Oh, okay.
But that could help.
Still it's a grant, okay.
Yes, yes.
And when do you want to have news about it?
I don't remember, Dr. Ivory Tatum. Do you remember when the city said they were releasing that? It was just like a notice that it was going to be released, but they didn't give us details yet, and they hadn't had the bidders conference yet, which is like where you go to get all the information.
And what kind of program is going to be that?
Honestly, it'll basically be, I don't know. It depends on what the grant requires. It'll be probably, I would imagine, expanding on some of the things we already do, like maybe helping with employment, helping with community services, helping with transitions, still providing maybe more English classes than we provide now.
Thank you.
Board members, any more other comments or questions?
Yes. I just want to congratulate you, Shauna, for moving everybody here and to setting. I know it was a lot of work, and I certainly want to thank the administration for supporting adult education, because you can see the benefits in the community. On the school visits that I've gone around, I see our graduates working with students in the other buildings, and that really makes me feel wonderful and proud that we are helping our community that way.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you. I agree. I think the work that we do is so important, and it takes our team and all of you and your support to allow us to continue to do what we do. We're one of the few programs in the state like this, and so I think it's a special program that I appreciate my team, and I appreciate all the support you guys give us.
Anyone else?
I did just have one last question. For the citizenship program, do we take everyone that applies for that, or is there a wait list with us only having one teacher?
There's not a wait list. In fact, the census for those classes have been smaller. We'd like to recruit more students. There's a lot of requirements to be a part of that class, but we would like to have more students. So.
Okay, thanks. So Shauna, I'm having Wi-Fi issues, but I was able to pull it up, and it looked like it was due on Friday. But I know we submitted a letter of intent with the city and the Champaign, and I think the Refugee Center was also going to partner. So we will have to follow up to make sure that they actually submitted everything. It's an IDHS grant, so kind of a state grant for asylum seekers.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Shauna. Next up is our summer facilities update from last summer. So it's Randy.
Good evening. I just wanted to update you on some projects that we had done over the summer. I guess just kind of to, since there's a few new board members, kind of give you an idea of what we do over the summer at a lot of the buildings. For the adult ed building in Tiger Academy, we did some window clings. We cleaned out the basement at the adult ed side, the old Domino's building, to make it able to be used as storage, and also for in case there was a storm or something like that, they go down there. We've also set a new HVAC unit on the roof. I don't know that it's completely hooked up yet, but we do have a unit up there ready to go. Over at the athletic complex, we restriped the track this year, and something that's not on the list is we had to work on the press box HVAC on the soccer side, so that had to be replaced. That's like just a mini split, but district-wide, we seal coated and striped a lot of the school parking lots, did some concrete repairs, sidewalk repairs. We replaced 2 vehicles. The 2 vehicles we replaced, we have them getting ready to go on auction this winter, and so the money will go back towards the. They go back in my budget for that. Okay, yeah. All the gym floors were screened and sealed this year, and we also purchased 3 auto scrubbers. Martin Luther King, we did some window clings. We have a company that's interested in giving us some couple thousand square feet of flooring to try, and they're wanting to do it at Martin Luther King on the west entrance. The flooring in there is kind of starting to break down a little bit, so just working on scheduling for that to get that installed. We also did 2 classrooms at Martin Luther King, painted about 75% of the corridors, and the dance floor got sanded and sealed this year. Dr. Preston Williams, we repaired the gas meter fence sometime this summer. It got hit by a car, and we had to repair that. We did a little painting down there as well. Leal, we had a employee that spent pretty much the entire time cleaning up the basement at Leal so we could improve the storage, and they just purged a bunch of stuff after we got board approval for it to be thrown away. Repaired 3 walls in classrooms. It was done by Olympic Construction. Did some sealing of the brick on the west side of the building, and then something that Dr. Hasanaka talked about a few weeks ago was the Birch Street play area, and I've been working with the city on that, waiting for approval to see if we can go in there and put a top coat of some sort, whether it's concrete or blacktop. But I talked to them this week, and they talked like it shouldn't be an issue, but still had to work out some stuff with the engineering department. Thomas Paine, he's had the construction renovation going on over there. We redid the playgrounds and replaced that with some ADA upgrades as far as the surface, playing surface, and then some of the playground equipment as well. Tiger Academy, I think I mentioned the air conditioning, and then we finally got the partition up. Joe's not here. In the big room on the east side of the building to make the one big space, 2 spaces if they need to hold like 2 classrooms or divide up into 2 different groups. Urbana High School and Health Center, painted stairwells and walls. We did some asphalt repair in the North Student parking lot, the entrance and exit. Art rooms and food lab. We had the air conditioner go out, and I think that's what student ambassador was talking about when we had some heating issues over there. That we had to move some kids for a couple days, but those were replaced as well. We did the band room renovation. We're putting in a new chiller. It's in place now, and completion of that should be within about a month.
I'm sorry, John, can you move the page forward? Oops, thank you.
Along with that new chiller, we have the chiller rental. It's also eaten up quite a bit of money. We replaced the flooring in the auto shop hallway, health center, offices, or the examination rooms were painted. Replaced a couple compressors for the gym, and then in the throughout the whole school we replaced or we put in a new clock system, and with this new clock system, it gives the kids from the time the bell rings, it gives them the 4-minute countdown, and then I think at the 1-minute mark it gives you a bell, and then at the 0-minute mark also gives you another bell or warning. I don't know if they're the same or if they're different, but I guess it's been a big improvement getting the kids out of the hallways. They kind of lose track of time sometimes. This kind of keeps them on schedule. And then something that's not on the list that board member Langendorf reached out to me about was the door 1 area. She had a question about the ADA there with the concrete, and I emailed her back, and we've had a concrete company come out and look at the area, and we are looking at hopefully grinding off this lip, like about 1-inch lip, where the curbing is raised up just due to frost heave, and due to the deterioration of some of the concrete, it's probably not going to work, so we're probably going to go in and try to level it off best we can with some additional concrete, and then next summer maybe look at replacing that whole pad. Urbana Middle School, we're doing chiller replacement. That is not in yet, but it's scheduled completion of end of December. We did the boiler retube and rewelding. That's completed. We painted about 10 or 12 doors and door frames in the building. Painted all the staircases, the sides of the steps and the railings at the middle school. We also put a door, it's the door that leads into the middle school. The number escapes me right now. We replaced all the flooring in that gym entrance area. Let's see, Urbana Middle School and Aquatic Center, we did some asphalt repair on the east entrance. Warehouse and the first student building. We're in the process right now of adding air conditioning to these two areas. First student uses a window unit for a room about half the size of this, and then the warehouse we've never had air conditioning in there, and this summer it got a little unbearable. A little bit of stuff we've done at Wiley, chimney tuck point and ceiling of the brick, and then move out for prep for construction. And then at Yankee Ridge, we painted hallways, sanded and sealed the lunchroom floor, and cleaned about 1/6 of the Daikin VRB units in the classrooms, and those are the units that put out the heating and cooling. It was something we tried this year, see if that could help us alleviate some of the problems that we've been having, and it did work, so we're going to be looking at doing probably a little bit more of that. We will be looking at doing more of that next summer. Any questions?
Or is any questions? I do. I mean, in terms of like overall budget, did things kind of come out basically according to plan, or like expenditures with regards to these summer projects? Sorry, I should have sent this to you so you be prepared for the answer. But you know, in terms of like the overall, I mean, I don't know how much came out of life safety, how much came out of you know, O&M fund, but basically were the planned expenditures basically in line with your estimates coming into this project?
Most of it was out of O&M. We didn't have much health, life, safety money for this year. The last couple of years, I spent a lot. I did a lot of repairs and upgrades.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you very much, Randy. Next up is our FAQ for the 6th grade center.
Okay. So you have two documents, one that we're putting on the web, but then one that John is going to display is more of a paragraph format. I think board members have it at your seat. It's the one that kind of looks like just a actual Google Doc form that I'm going to kind of talk through. So hopefully some of the public comments from this evening and some of the emails and things that the board have received regarding the 6th grade center, these are the frequently asked questions. Of course, this isn't comprehensive of every single question that someone might have. I heard a few more tonight that we've not really talked about in this document. But these are the questions that we're hearing most frequently. That's why it's called a frequently asked questions document. So John, if you go back to the top. So at the top, I've just again linked the charge here. I know there were a lot of comments this evening about people being surprised about us even talking about a 6th grade center, but it was a part of the original charge in March of 2023. And it was definitely something that was discussed when forming the district facilities planning committee. Again, it is something that we didn't anticipate that we would be talking about when we initially brought forward the plan for Wiley. But once we started getting into our data, looking at our enrollment, our flat enrollment, looking at finances, just all of the pieces, it was an opportunity for us as an administrative team to really think about what would be the best or what would be another area in which Wiley might be able to really help serve our community and our students in a bigger way. So the 6th grade center charge was here from the very beginning. So it isn't something that we just, kind of just added here in the last couple weeks. It's something that we've been talking about since March. Someone made a point tonight, and I just wanted to reiterate that this document is in the public folder. So hopefully some of the people who brought questions forward tonight will go back to the public folder and maybe look at this information. I did link the UMS Illinois School Report Card here because, as has already been stated multiple times, our middle school averages between 950 students, 9 to 950, and sometimes upwards of 1,000 students, which is one of the largest middle schools in the state. And when compared to just regionally in central Illinois, it is the largest middle school in our area, which is one of the reasons why we're talking about this. So I just wanted to point out that that link is there, and hopefully people will go in and do a little digging around in the UMS school report card. So now I'm going to just kind of jump into the questions. I think it would be way easier to just, as we talk about a topic, if you have questions about that particular question, we just stop and address it as we go instead of trying to answer all 13 at the very end. Does that sound okay with people? Okay, so the first one is class size. And I'm not going to read to you guys, so I'm going to kind of paraphrase these as I go. So a lot of discussion this spring, a lot of discussion during the facility planning committee meetings. And Ben and Sitlali, I know Sitlali had to leave and she was with family for a big chunk of the facilities committee, but there at the beginning. And I know Ben was one of our other board members in attendance. And I think all the board members have watched the presentations and the slideshows and listened to recordings. So, please jump in. And I know my team was there for all of the meetings as well. So, but class sizes were, I would say that's why this is the #1 question. because the elementary group talked about this a lot. And this was one of the biggest concerns from everyone involved in the facilities planning committee conversations. We've already looked at our class count. We've already talked about six-day enrollment. We've already talked about the fact that we have not seen a significant increase in elementary enrollment. And yes, do we agree that having very, very small classes is the best way to increase student achievement? I don't think anybody in this room will argue with that. But one, we don't have teachers to have classes that can be, 14, 15 students across the district, and we don't have space for that either. So right now, our enrollment at elementary is not growing, and our class sizes have not maxed out at many of the levels. I said this at one of our other discussions about class size. And unfortunately, the person who came tonight from Leo, who has a student in a class with 28, it's because that is the only monolingual class at that grade level. And when you have some of our English speakers and English dominant students who come, unfortunately, when you only have one place for them to go, that is the nature of part of the issues that we see with class sizes at Leo. But those are pretty normal. So to say that we are seeing atypical growth or increases in class size growth, we did move 230 students, minus the students who, like Dr. Norton shared, either went to Champaign or went to Holy Cross or went to all the private places. We placed all the Wiley students, and I would say our class sizes, we added a few classes, and so that really helped with some of those bubble areas that we saw. But we're not seeing a significant increase in class sizes. So the discussions we were having at the facilities committee really were, people were saying all of our elementary classes were going to have 30 students or upwards. We would be at the class cap for every grade and across the district, and that just hasn't happened. So I see people itching to get to their microphones, so comments? No? Okay. People were kind of leaning in. I was expecting some comments. Go, Sherry.
I just have a question. When to follow up on some of the questions that were asked tonight as well, when the students from Wiley were divided up, I know that was very planned very well as far as location, so that they would be within a certain mileage from the school. But did parents also have an option where they wanted to? And because one of the speakers had said that they're on his home block there were children going from 3 different schools. So was it the parents, or is that's the way that they were chosen to go to different?
Absolutely, that's what happened. I mean, we did not separate students from one block to send to 3 different places.
Good.
So the Wiley students were given priority petitioning. Petitioning is something that we do in our district, and it is something that is in Urbana, it's the Urbana way, right? And we continue to allow petitioning. And the Wiley families received kind of priority petitioning, and they were able to petition earlier. So there are some families who are at not Dr. Williams, who are at Thomas Paine, and then their neighbor might be at Yankee Ridge, but that was their choice. We did very intentionally move students closest to where they live to really keep the neighborhood, keep blocks together and keep neighborhoods together. So like the students who are at King right now from Wiley were all students who were in that kind of area together, and those families did have a choice because they had to be bused no matter what. So we did give them a choice and they got to self-select their choice. We didn't assign them. So the students who lived north by 74, who were Wiley students, who they don't get to walk anywhere anyway, they have to get on the bus regardless. They were given the choice to go to King or TP, right, John? Yep. And so it was basically up to them. We gave them a Google form and we said, hey, what's your first choice? And, we gave them a certain deadline to let us know where they wanted to go, and they were assigned based on those choices. So yes, very good question.
sorry, you mentioned that because of there is a crowd in the school, especially in Leo with 28 kids, because we don't have a space for them to go. This is because Wiley was closed? Or
No, this is because of the English dominant. I don't know if Lupe or Joe would explain it better. But at Leo, we have a large number of dual language classrooms, and then we have so many classes that are English dominant, which means we don't have enough. Well, Lupe's coming, so we'll let her explain it. So it has nothing to do with Wiley. It basically is just the neighborhood enrollment at Leo.
Okay, so Leo has capacity for 21 classrooms. Currently, 11 of them are being used for dual language. One of the challenges of why there's only one kindergarten DL and one kindergarten monolingual is, as I had explained in previous meetings, that by having strand models in both Leo and Dr. Williams, it really removes the ability to balance classrooms across the dual language program. So for example, at Leo right now, our 5th grades are at 13 and 17, which combined is still a very large class, but had we had the opportunity to combine all 4 of our DL classrooms between Dr. Williams and Leo, you would have potentially had 2 or 3 much smaller balanced classrooms, which would have left an empty classroom, be that for monolingual or for gen ed. So having strand models really impacts not only dual language in the different buildings.
Pero, por ejemplo, se está sobresaturado el de Leo ahorita porque removieron a los niños de Wiley. ¿Qué va a pasar en las siguientes generaciones cuando tengamos más niños que hablan inglés? ¿Se va a seguir sobresaturando esos salones en diferentes escuelas por no tener una quinta escuela?
So Citlali is asking if right now the enrollment at Leo is the way that it is with the additional Wiley kids. If we do not make it, with the continuation over the years, will the classrooms continue to grow and be at capacity if we only have 5 elementary buildings? 5? Yeah. That's a question for y'all, not for me.
Okay. So I guess I am not seeing much of a change right now. So I just pulled up the elementary class count for Leo. So as of today, or maybe this is from yesterday, at kindergarten, 1st grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade, there is only there's just one place for our English dominant students to go at those 4 grade levels. So 2nd grade and 5th grade, as Lupe just said, are the only 2 grades where we had enough English dominant students to have 2 classes. And then all the rest of the classes are dual language. And that has been the pattern for the last couple of years. And based on what we're seeing, will probably continue to be the pattern until we redistrict.
And just to add to that, just refreshing back to our presentation from 6th day, there's only 4 Wiley students that went to Leo.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Kim. Okay, I'm going to go ahead to question 2. Oh, yeah, Paulina.
When I was in dual language, we did like 60% of the day in English and 40% of the day in Spanish at Leo. Is that still accurate, or has things changed?
It's more of a 50-50. Why don't one of you just stay up there? Just grab a chair. We'll let them explain that, Paulina.
So our program has always been a 90-10 model up to this point. So at kindergarten, 90% of the day is in Spanish and 10% of the day is in English. And that drops by 10, the Spanish flips over to English by 10% every grade level until 4th grade, where it switches to 50-50. Now there was conversation and recommendation both between the Center for Applied Linguistics evaluation as well as our work with the Center for Teaching for Biliteracy to look at possibly changing that to an 80-20 model. But that would still be starting kindergarten at 80-20 and dropping by 10%. So the 50-50 would start at 3rd grade instead of 4th grade.
Thank you.
Good question. So going on to number 2, We have received a lot of questions about this idea of what if the enrollment grows in the next 5 to 10 years. So just because we're experiencing flat growth right now at elementary, that may not be the case in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. We really can't predict that right now. So we continuously monitor our classroom capacities. We look at class sizes all the time. And so if we need to make adjustments, we make those adjustments as soon as we can and when we have the staffing to do so. That is part of the issue is right now with this severe staffing shortage. Sometimes we post a position and we just never have any applicants. That happens sometimes with the class size adjustment TAs. There are years where we post one and we just don't ever have anyone apply. Right now we were kind of piecemealing together some class size adjustment TA positions through using our daily subs. That's what we're doing right now at the Leo for the classroom that is at capacity there. Is we've been utilizing day-to-day subs and they've been great, but we need to hire someone who can be there consistently every day. We also talked, this question came up during the facilities committee while we had our architect there. So Scott Walker, who's been before the board many times, was at many of our facilities meetings, and this came up in the 6th to 8th grade group, is if we see a significant growth in the next few years, can the 6th grade center be adapted and remodeled to become an elementary attendance center if that is what the board desired to do in 5, 10, 15 years. And yes, with some minor adjustments to the space, that is definitely something that we could do. The things that we're adding or would add at a 6th grade center are things that we would use in an elementary space as well. So a new gym, a new cafeteria, fine arts spaces, a new office. So that is a possibility that we could do that. Question 3, you have been hearing us talk a lot about staffing and the regional and statewide and national shortages. We have had a lot of conversations with individuals. We talked about this during the facilities committee, and it's been discussed here at the board level that we are very concerned as an administrative team that if we open Wiley again as a 6th elementary, that we will have a really hard time, not just staffing Wiley. You know, I think many of the Wiley teachers would be thrilled if we reopen that building, and they might leave the places where they are right now and want to return to Wiley, but then that is basically opening up a vacancy somewhere else. So I know Dr. Franklin, I don't know if you want to speak to this, but she put some great numbers in here that for the board and the public to really understand the seriousness of what we're talking about when we talk about the staffing shortages. You want to add anything, Dr. Franklin?
I'm happy to answer questions. I don't necessarily have anything to add. I shared at the last meeting what we have going on. I shared about the Wiley teachers that left the district, and there were not many. We have many teachers that have relocated to other vacancies we had, and we still have long-term subs. The majority of the vacancies in long-term substitute positions are at UMS. My 7th grader, my own kid at UMS, currently has 2 long-term subs, and she's getting ready to have a 3rd. So I'm seeing it firsthand as a parent and also in my position. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
So it seems like one of the strongest reasons being pushed forth by the administration here on why not to reopen Wiley is both not having the bodies to hire or the money to pay them to fill those positions.
Is that
Do
a
you agree?
question or a comment?
It's a comment. I'm looking for someone to say, I agree with that, or is there some other reason that you think?
I think there are lots of reasons. That would be one of our highest need areas,
Yeah.
is not having enough staff.
So, I just ask, when we're going back in time to why we were closing Wiley, I don't ever remember hearing that being talked about. And I was asking about, is this a financial decision? And I was told multiple times by multiple people that it was not, that we didn't have any budgetary issues, and that was not of concern. And it was all about asbestos abatement happening in a timely fashion. And I believe Ann Hall, as the deciding vote on closing Wiley, said it was all a safety concern for her.
So I
So
don't think
is it still about asbestos, or is it about the finances? Or why did we close Wiley?
So I don't think I said anything about finances. My answer was specifically about, I'm talking about 5 minutes ago when the words came out of my mouth. I was talking about the staffing issues, not money. So that was February of 2022. It is September, and we cannot anticipate the number of vacancies. We could not have anticipated in February that if we reopened Wiley, we would have 55 vacancies.
I'll also comment that we put more money on our contract to recruit and retain teachers than we ever have. It was a very solid negotiation session where a lot of money was put on the table. And I don't know how that impacts Katie's budget and what she thought we would save or what we wouldn't save, but we put more money forward than we thought we could.
Well, also at that point in time, we were making the decision. We didn't have the all of the details with regards to the contract finalized either.
Right. No, the contract wasn't finalized until after the decision about Wiley.
And I guess that's why I'm saying it wasn't a what we're saying right now is what we're saying with numbers in front of us as of September 19th. We weren't talking about this level of vacancies back in February, because at that time we only had 19 unfilled vacancies. That number has grown exponentially since February to September.
I'm just saying it's a easier pill to swallow for the community if this was the situation before, that they would say, they would hear, we cannot afford to keep this building open and increase our teacher salaries with this current UA negotiations.
Let me clarify something I said, because I could tell that Paul kind of went for some further clarification. So you asked the question of Katie about the proposed savings of being $1 million and how the actual savings ended up being a little bit over 200,000. Well, the money that she's talking about that we had in surplus, we did not make those decisions until, like, the contract negotiations were not over until after that decision about Wiley was made. And so those were not numbers that we anticipated. Like, that was a larger amount. And I mean, it wasn't just raises for staff. We also put money towards recruitment and retention incentives for hard to fill positions. We put money towards supervision stipends for teachers to be outside before and after school, because currently our contract does not allow for that. So those were additional. I mean, it was $120,000 budgeted alone for supervision stipends. The $50,000 for hard to fill, and the supplemental pay, those are like for stipends for teachers for doing extra duties, coaching, club sponsors. All of that is an add during negotiations rather than just the raise. And the average raise, I think, for a TA was 17%, because we wanted to match what Unit 4 was doing, because the TAs was the really hard to fill position for us last year. So those were all things that came after that Wiley decision.
And this is probably a good time to address what Ravi is alluding to, that there was a hidden agenda, or that we were planning this way back in February of 2022. When we came forward, we honestly came forward with the concern of, we've been talking, and we're going to talk about this in the facilities update here in a few minutes. It wasn't a surprise to, hopefully, anyone watching or anybody sitting at this table, that when we were ready to remodel Wiley, we were going to have to close it. So that was what we brought forward due to the asbestos that is in the building and the significant remodeling needs that were there. However, as we started crunching numbers and talking about vacancies and talking about do we really need a 6th elementary based on our enrollment, and had more and more conversations about that, the conversation did shift, and that is the truth. And if there are people out there who want to continue to say this was Dr. Ivy Tatum's plan from the very beginning, then it's just wrong. And I'm saying that out loud right now. And if people choose to believe what they want to believe, then I'm not going to really argue about that anymore. But I am saying point blank, when we brought this forward, we weren't even talking about a sixth grade center at that point. That came much later. So. Questions, comments?
I guess I should probably chime in because I was participating in that vote back then. You know, I think I said this at the time, but for me, it really was the fact that, you know, while we have neighborhood schools, I'm passionate about neighborhood schools. Our neighborhood schools have been kind of broken in one area of town, increasingly so for the past 5 years. It got to the point where we were sending nearly 100 kids out of the DPW area. In that part of a town, it's a crisis. If it were my neighborhood at Yankee Ridge, had to ship 100 kids to other schools, I would have gotten nothing but hate mail. If it would have been Leal, it would have been the same thing. It just happened to be in a part of town where people don't really feel empowered to come to us and complain about it. So it became imperative that we need to do redistricting, but we can't do redistricting until Wiley had been abated and we make some really hard decisions with regards to whether or not we have 5 or 6 elementary schools and whether or not we have a single building deal model. All those things have to happen in order to preserve our neighborhood school concept here in town, because right now it's broken.
And we talked significantly about this during dual language, and I know Sherry asked me for these numbers, and we don't have them tonight. I'm sorry, Sherry. We'll have to get them. John will have to pull that for you. But when we had the dual language conversations, there's a large, I think everyone who came here tonight talked about the neighborhood concept, because in their neighborhood, the majority of the students walk to school. In most of our neighborhoods, in the majority of our community, that is not an option for a large number of our kids. They don't have a neighborhood school option. They cannot walk to school no matter what. And so I think that is kind of the secondary part of what Paul just said around the neighborhood school model being broken for the DPW neighborhood, and the enrollment issues that are there. But it is a significant number of our kids that just don't have that option. So I know we continue to say that, and we have purposefully not removed the word neighborhood schools from our website. If that's happened unintentionally, I don't know when that happened or if that is even true. I'm going to look at that tomorrow. But as we discovered when we talked about the number of students that walk and the number of students that get on a bus and go to a special program, they are not in the minority, the kids that are not able to go to walk to school. So.
I also want to add that I just recently heard that within last, I don't know how many years, Urbana has grown, has doubled its size in square footage but square miles, but the population has remained constant. So that means our families are being dispersed in other places in the community. And we see changes about more rental properties as well.
Yeah.
I think 2/3 of our homes, apartments are rental.
That's true.
So there's lots of mobility in our community as well. So it's hard to have a neighborhood school when you have people that are on the outskirts.
And a lot of our homeowners who have choices and have the financial means to make other choices about where they want to send their kids. Someone said it tonight, one of our people during public comment, they are choosing not to send their kids to our public schools, and the people that I'm talking to, it's because of Urbana Middle School. They're not, and I think somebody came forward and said that this evening. You know, there are people who love our elementary schools and their students attended elementary, and then they find other options at the middle level. Many come back because our high school has some great offerings for kids that are college bound and looking to go to college. But we have a huge gap of folks in our community who are not sending their kids to UMS, and we need to really be thinking about why. And I think that's why the conversations about the sixth grade center are happening right now.
So in other words, our middle school could be much larger if we would have better programming there.
You're
Yeah.
absolutely right.
We did have 37 students that left the district from 5th grade to 6th grade last year, and I can break that down for previous years as well.
With all the students that are going from Wiley to the other schools, will the other schools need to gather more people or more resources to help with like financial support or like mental and physical health support to these children, because there's going to be a lot more children in other schools now?
So we already moved them, Paulina. They're already in the other schools right now. And so in planning for that this spring, when Dr. Franklin was meeting with the Wiley teachers, we hired a few more positions. We posted a few extra positions like she mentioned, because we anticipated that. So we moved some of those resources to places like Thomas Paine in anticipation of those students being in those places. So we already did that this spring.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
a good question. So let's talk about number 4, the transitions. So I know board members have heard received a lot of emails regarding the 6th grade center and the additional transition that it would cause. Because students would leave and go to 5th to 6th and then have to have that extra transition going from 6th to 7th. And yes, that is a fact. I mean, there's no arguing that will happen. But our thought, and I think the group, a couple of the middle school teachers who were part of the facilities committee 6 to 8 group really spoke to this better than I can. So the comments that are in here actually came from one of the 6th grade teachers that were part of that group. Is they really feel that by having a very controlled setting where we're able to really intentionally focus on students' social emotional needs, help them be more independent, really pour into them and really just work with them so much more intentionally as 6th graders, that next transition is just going to be so much better for them in not just preparing them for 7th grade, but preparing them to be 9th graders. It also, I know we're spending so much of our time talking about what this means for 6th grade, but we have to also keep in mind, if we take 300 students out of UMS, the 7th and 8th graders that are still there will be able to have a much better more focused experience as well. So we don't see the 6th grade center as being a separate school. We see it as being kind of a satellite, and it will be still considered part of Urbana Middle School and be able to participate and do all the things that 7th and 8th graders do, but just in a smaller setting in a more structured way. Okay. Number 5, again, this addresses the staffing shortages that we're seeing. And this question I don't think is mostly coming from parents or families or community people. This is a comment that we've been hearing more so actually from teachers, from people in UMS. I think Dr. Wemelt can speak to this a little bit too, but I know there is concern about the fact that by moving the 6th grade team and moving all the teachers and specialists that work with our 6th graders away from UMS, when they have sub shortages, when they are not able to cover classrooms on a day-to-day basis, I think we have written in here, and I think Dr. Franklin has said this before, UMS is the building that is not only hardest to staff for hired vacancy positions, it is also our most difficult building to get day-to-day subs to go there. It's also our most difficult building to get long-term subs there. So the people at UMS really do kind of rally together because on a day-to-day basis, especially on Mondays and Fridays, there are often classes not covered. And so this was a concern, I think, that has come from within UMS. And this is one of those, we've been talking a lot with the UMS teachers about the pros and cons. There are a lot of pros to having a 6th grade center, and this is definitely one of those cons. However, we really feel that by changing the narrative, changing the way we can wrap around students, the supports that students will receive. We see that as potentially attracting people to UMS, and we're hoping, and again, I know there is no research, but in Urbana, we don't always have to rely on research because we have always been trendsetters, and we feel we are setting a trend, and that if we change the narrative UMS, we will have people wanting to teach there and wanting to be part of something that is different and unique. So I don't know if there's anybody else wants to add anything to that, but okay. Questions about that? Number 6, there have been lots of comments about the slide that we shared in August that had the language about sharing teachers and sharing spaces. And I think that confused people a little bit when Katie was even talking about the budget a little bit and said, you know, we're not going to have to replace a lot of people because we would be sharing them. What we really meant was not that we will have 6th grade teachers that will have to go back and forth between the 6th grade center and the 7th and 8th grade building. We're not going to be shuffling social workers back and forth, and clinical professionals and counselors. We basically, and this actually happened under Dr. Wemel's leadership, have created a model where we have a 6th grade, each team has a dedicated team of teachers and a dedicated team of specialists. And so we would pick up all those people who work with them to the 6th grade center. So those positions would not be going back and forth. We would have more than one coach, instructional coach position. So that person, we would just move one of the coaches over. Now, there are positions that are shared, like the multilingual department and the dual language teachers. And that is something that we have been talking to that team about, like what would that look like, and how would we figure out who is going to be at the 6th grade center and who's going to work with the 7th and 8th graders. There would be some limited amount of travel, but that would probably mostly be for our elective and non-team teachers. So like an art teacher might work half the time at the 6th grade center and half the day at the 7th and 8th grade center, or the choir teacher might come to the 6th grade center and teach 2 classes and then go back to the 7th and 8th grade center and teach for the rest of the day. So we just wanted to clarify that we are not going to be sharing all of our staff back and forth, but there would be a small number of people who would be going back and forth, and that would probably be elective, non-team teachers, and maybe some of our specialized special ed or dual language folks. Okay. Number 7. There have been questions about administration. So early on when we were talking about this with the 6th through 8th grade team during the facilities planning conversations, the original discussion really did center around Mr. Cooper is going to remain the principal. And because we are considering the 6th grade center as a satellite of UMS, we don't need 2 building principals. However, we do feel like we need additional administrative support. So the original plan that was shared with the board in August, we currently have a 6th grade administrator, we have a 7th grade administrator, we have an 8th grade administrator. So the 6th grade administrator would then become the 6th grade administrator at the 6th grade center. We have a 6th grade student interventionist. There's a 7th grade one, there's an 8th grade one. And so the 6th grade student interventionist would come here. In having more conversations at UMS, this has come up multiple times, and we've really talked about, we agree that there should be a 3rd administrator. Now that school has started, I think when we were talking about this in the summertime, we thought, oh great, we can move an AP, move an SI, it'll be fine. But now that the hustle and bustle of the day-to-day happens, when the assistant principal is by herself without a student interventionist, is really, really hard. If the student interventionist is sick or not there, that person is doing a lot and doing the work of 2 people. So we've decided that we would be adding a third administrator. We don't know what that would be, if it would be a second student interventionist, if it would be more of a dean-like position that could help with teacher evaluations, but we would determine that if and when the sixth grade center were approved. Oh, I added a line that maybe was not in here on Friday when this was posted, so it's been updated and reposted to the website, and that is the question about the third SRO. I've been with the Urbana police folks this week. We've been doing our drills, the intruder drills, and so we've had some conversations about would we be able to have a third SRO? Many people have asked about this. And initially our thought was due to the staffing constraints and shortages that Urbana Police Department is also experiencing, we really were not anticipating that we would get that third SRO position. However, we would definitely work with UPD if they were willing to give us one or able to give us one. We would figure out how we would be able to fund that. But our second thought is we fully expect that our current SRO structure would be able to meet the needs of the sixth graders, because most of the behaviors that our SRO has to intervene in really do involve our 7th and 8th graders. So things like, you know, vaping and just some of those higher level drugs or any of those things that are happening that are a little more egregious, where they might involve like a youth assessment center evaluation, or even if we're calling the police or we're needing intervention, those are happening mostly with 7th and 8th graders. Joe, you look like you were going to say something. Okay. Okay. So I think the SRO question is to be determined. I'm not quite sure what will happen with that. But we have definitely made the decision that we will have 3 administrators at the 6th grade center. Number 8 is also more of a question that we've been hearing from the staff at UMS. Many of our staff members at UMS have never, ever stepped foot in Wiley, and as we've been having these conversations this summer through the facilities committee, people were sitting in the room, even parents were saying things like, is this really possible? Can we really put middle schoolers in elementary classes? And I think people were really envisioning, right, like the small elementary classes that they're used to. And so this summer we took the committee on a tour to Wiley. We opened up Wiley last week for UMS teachers who had never been to Wiley. And to the surprise of most people who have visited, even though we've been saying the classes at Wiley per square footage are larger than any of our other elementary classrooms in the district, and they basically are the largest, until people actually went over to Wiley and saw that for themselves, I don't think they really were able to grasp that 6th graders really could be in those classrooms. Wednesday, Randy and I actually, you know, and her response was, wow, this is bigger than the classroom I have right now at UMS. So I think they were a little surprised to see how large the actual classrooms were square footage wise. So that is more so about the existing building classes, but the new spaces basically would meet all the needs of 300 students. We're going to keep with our goal of 30 students or less on team classes, in science labs, exploratory classes, and the conversations that the UMS folks have been having with the architect the last few weeks have really, are really all doable in the space that we have at Wiley. So they have a big footprint, and that's one of the reasons. I know Sid Lally asked, like, well, why Wiley? Why are we talking about doing this at Wiley? And it's because they really do have the footprint there. They have the space to really be able to add on and do it in a really thoughtful way for the students, to include all the things that we've listed there in number 8. Number 9, there have been a lot of questions received about special education programming. And I did not it include the answer here. Beth Ladd, in collaboration with the team at UMS and with her director of special services, Ms. Elvire, their intention, and they've added this here, would be to really look at the placement of every student based on their special education services. We would not be making programmatic decisions around which program goes here, if we're going to move life skills students or not, because those conversations happen at the IEP team level. So those conversations would be had with the student, with the parent, with the team, with the case manager. So to say we are not allowing, students with significant special needs or special services to be at the sixth grade center if the team, the student's team, determines that that student's needs would be better served at the sixth grade center, then that is where the student will go. If the team determines that based on that student's special services, they should be at the 7th and 8th grade center, then that is what would happen. So all of those conversations would happen with the team, with the parent, and really thinking about what's the least restrictive environment to meet the needs of each child individually. Yes?
The team determined that the kid cannot go to the sixth grade, where he's going to be?
They will go to the 7th and 8th grade center.
Even so they are 6?
Even, say that again, if they are not sixth graders, you mean?
Sí,
Or-
sí, todavía son de
Yes.
sexto grado, van a ir al 7.
Mhm.
¿Los van a pasar al 7?
So the question,
Yes.
Is it possible that a sixth grader would be better served at the 7th and 8th grade building? And there may be individual situations where it would be.
Would be.
An example would be for students with more significant needs, like that would be in a life skills self-contained classroom for students with more significant special education needs. The program might be better suited at the 7-8 building for a student that is in need of those more individualized services than what's offered at the 6th grade center. So there may be a case-by-case basis that the team decides to just go ahead and go to the 7-8 building during their 6th grade year, because most of their classes would be in the most restrictive environment, if we use special education language. So they would be less served in the 6th grade center in that particular case. But it would be decided by a team.
Pero seguiría siendo parte del grado 6 o
Sí,
del grado 7.
sí, todavía. 6, pero en el
En el
edificio de séptimo y
Pero
octavo.
¿quién va a estar ahí con grado 6?
Los maestros. So the question is, what would happen if a 6th grader goes to 7-8? Are they still considered a 6th grader? And I said, yes, they would still be considered a 6th grader served with other 7th and 8th graders, and maybe others, a small number of 6th graders as well. There are students, for example, right now at Urbana Middle School that spend the majority of their day in a self-contained, in one classroom for all but maybe 2 classes. And those 2 classes, they go out of that classroom for maybe art or another elective class. That would be more of the general education setting. And that type of setting might be better set up at one building instead of split across 2.
Ah, ya, okay, gracias.
De nada.
And for some of the students that Joe's referring to, what grade they're in or how old they are is not as important. It's more so about what they need to be successful as an individual. We serve some of our special education students until they can stay in our schools until they're 22. So we have high school students who are with us beyond whether they're 18, 19, so the whole what grade they're in or how old they are is not as important as to what they need
Their IEP goals.
in terms of their services.
Yeah. Sometimes their IEP goals are very
Yes.
specific, not so much related to the grade level curriculum. It's a wide variety, but yeah.
Yep. And I'm going to let number 10, one of the reasons Joe and Lupe are still here, other than, supporting Sitlali, they are also here to talk about this question about the needs in the multilingual and dual language programs. I'm
Sure.
gonna let you guys
So-
address that.
Sure. As Dr. Arreteda mentioned, there are significant pros and there are some cons when we're thinking about specialized programming and having a 6th grade center separate from 7th and 8th grade. And so a lot of the pros are similar to the general pros for the entire school and student body. So a smaller learning environment with fewer total students. The idea of a stronger culture and climate for student success benefits every student, benefits dual language learners and multilingual learners. We also struggle within our department for teacher recruitment and retention, and in particular right now, I think this is the most we've struggled this year in terms of recruitment and retention of dual language teachers at the middle school. At the high school, we're doing really well. Right now at the middle school, we're struggling with recruitment and retention. So we believe that by being, even though we would be splitting up the team into 7, 8, and 6th, if teachers are more in tune and wanting to work in a building that's stronger in terms of culture and climate, and that's more responsive to the needs of the students, that we'd be able to retain teachers better than we currently are. We currently are struggling. We're kind of in a crisis mode right now at the middle school level in regards to that piece. There are also, what we see a lot is when our dual language students go from 5th grade to UMS, we see it's a big jump in the linguistic expectations from our curriculum alignment. And so when students leave 5th grade and go into 6th grade, the rigor of Spanish expectations jumps quite a bit. I see you nodding your head. And so that's something we believe by going to a 6th grade center, we could really focus on a stronger and more responsive transition for 6th grade dual language students. We see a lot of students that start having conversations about dropping from or unenrolling from dual language in 6th grade because it's such a huge jump. And so that's a program issue that we need to be working on, but this could help solve that in a more responsive way. So there are legitimate concerns. Our biggest concern is, like what Dr. Aubrey Tatum said earlier, our dual language team does wrap around and support each other and oftentimes teaches more than one grade level. And so we would have to rethink our scheduling of what our teachers are teaching and when. And we would have to be really intentional about making sure we still maintain that team feel from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. But a lot of the conversation across every department is that it's still a science department that spans 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. It's just in 2 buildings. So the same idea would apply to dual language, multilingual learning. So overall, we believe that there are more pros than cons, but there are significant cons that we would have to work through.
Okay, Silali, is that? Yeah, you look like you want to add something. Okay. Question 11.
The other thing I forgot to mention is thinking through newcomer students that are new to the country, immigrant students. Oftentimes, when if they're new and their first experience in our schools are at UMS, it's a huge jump to go into a school of 900 plus students with no English or very limited English and limited formal schooling. And so by separating out 6th, 7th, and 8th, we can be more focused on their cultural and linguistic needs for new immigrant students as well. So that's another benefit that all of our staff agrees would be a huge benefit in this case. Okay, now I'm done.
Yeah, good point. Question 11, I'm going to let Dr. Norton address. We did hear a comment tonight about acceleration, so I don't know if you want to add anything there, Kim, about accelerating students.
Absolutely. So again, we would look at individual student needs after going through the acceleration process and carefully looking at data to see where students were academically. And that could be a lot of variations. It's not cookie cutter. It's not one size fits all. It's definitely individualized for students. So it could be anywhere from going deeper within the curriculum. It could be differentiating with supplementary resources. It could be single subject acceleration, and that would possibly meaning going to a different school. We have students currently that are UMS students. They may take a math course at the high school, but those are services we would still provide.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Norton. Number 12 is specifically about transportation. Do we know if and what it is exactly going to look like for MTD and first student? No, we don't at this point because we're talking, a year and a half away. But Katie and I work really collaboratively with both of our partners, MTD and First Student, and they are aware that this is being discussed, and they would work with us. One of the reasons we bring those contracts forward to the board is so we can make adjustments as needed. And so we really will do whatever we can to work with MTD and First Student to make sure that the transportation that is provided to the sixth grade center mirrors or is even better than what we're able to do for the current UMS structure. Same for question 13, which is basically, there's been a lot of questions about will UMS students that are sixth graders get to participate in IESA sports and all the extracurriculars and clubs and activities that we currently offer? And the answer is yes. There are lots of ways that middle schools are structured in different ways. We have fifth and sixth grade centers. I know in Champaign they have a pre-K 8 building, and those students are able to be part of like a sister school model so they can participate in IESA sports. So we would definitely ensure that our sixth graders are able to do that. It may be a little tricky with clubs. We have been able to buy a couple of activity buses. So we've already kind of talked about some of those 0-hour classes and some of those other things that happen during the winter time or during bad weather, or just the fact that we have the activity buses and the schools are so close, just a couple blocks away from each other. We would hopefully be able to utilize those for some of those other extracurricular activities. And then the last one is about after-school programming. I know there's a lot of concern right now. This is more from a staffing perspective, not so much from parents, but we only have the Splash Grant, which is, I can't remember how long we've had it, since what, 2006 or 7 or something like that. And we have lost our 21st century funding. They've just, not so much that we lost it for anything that we did, they are just funding other programs across the state because we've been so blessed to have this program for so many years. And we don't know what Splash or what the after-school programming will look like when this would start in 25-26 school year. But we do know that whatever we offer to our 7th and 8th graders, we would definitely make sure that we have an after-school program for 6th graders as well. Can I tell you today what that's going to look like? No. But I will tell you that if we're able to fund or write a grant or whatever we're able to do to offer after-school programming like Splash, we will make sure that the 6th graders get to participate in that as well. So those are the major questions that we've been fielding. I think most of those were covered, have also been going to board members. So if there's something specific that we didn't address that board members want to talk about, this would be a good time to do that.
I guess one question I would have is if the public has any further questions, how would they direct them?
You could email them to contact us at usd116.org.
I do have a question about another building about academic point of view. Voy a decirlo en español, estoy cansadísima.
Yes.
No solo cambiando a los niños al centro de sexto grado, también se va a reestructurar lo que es académicamente.
Muy buena pregunta. So the question was, by moving 6th graders to a 6th grade center, would there be the potential of restructuring or redesigning academic programming and learning for 6th graders as to what they're in comparison to what they're currently getting?
Good question. And I think we talked about this more so. I didn't really talk about that tonight, Sitlali, because tonight was really about all those logistical things that people have been asking about, and the person who came forward earlier and asked about academics. Of course, one of the major reasons why we're doing this is we want to improve academic outcomes for, again, not just the 6th graders, but also the 7th and 8th graders. And this, I know there's been a lot of questions about how this just impacts middle school. It doesn't, because these 900 students that are at the middle school are eventually going to be high schoolers and are eventually going to be going through our high school programs. And so if we can change their trajectory as 6th graders and improve their academics and improve their independent skills and make them stronger and more resilient and just all the positive things that will come from being in a sixth grade space, that's going to just make them a more, at a higher level as a seventh grader. And that's going to just improve their outcomes as they transition to the high school. And so, yes, the academics is a huge part of why we're doing this. There have been a lot of really great conversations happening at UMS. I've participated in as many of them as I can. I think we haven't made any real decisions yet about what the academic structure is going to look like, because right now they're just waiting for you guys to make a decision. They've come up with a lot of really great ideas. I think we are planning what we know we need to have is we need to have core team things. We need to have electives. We need to make sure we have special education programming and dual language programming. But what that service delivery is going to look like, I think is going to take a lot more time to discuss with the UMS folks. And I think they are at the point where they've put in as much time as they really want to put in. I mean, we've had after school meetings, we've met during the day. And until this board makes a decision about what's going to happen, I can't really tell you what that is going to look like. We've had some creative ideas about the schedule.
That's what I was gonna say.
We've talked about what are some ways that we can offer interventions and supports and help those students. I've heard from many people about the fact that we need to focus all of our resources at elementary because we have fifth graders that leave fifth grade and can't read. Well, guess what? Those kids leave fifth grade and can't read, and they become sixth graders who can't read, and seventh graders who can't read, and eighth graders who can't read. And so if we don't change that for them at the sixth grade level, they're going to be ninth graders that can't read. And so we have had a lot of really great conversations about this is an opportunity for us to do something different. We're not trying to just pick up what we do at UMS right now and just replicate it here in this space and just say, okay, we're going to do the exact same thing we're doing over there, because guess what? It's not been working. So we don't want to just take what we've been doing there and just plop it in a new space and say we're just going to do the exact same thing. And I think the UMS folks really want to think outside the box, but it takes a lot of time and effort and planning to do that. And like we've said, this is a multi-month. I mean, this takes a whole year to kind of plan all of this. And I think they're at the point where we've had as many conversations as we're going to have at the building level until the board makes a decision about what they would like to do moving forward.
Okay,
And Joe, you wanted to look like you wanted to add to that.
You said it, Doc. You
Okay.
got it all. I would say what, as my former principal hat would say also, is that in a school where you have in a middle school with 6th, 7th, and 8th grade all together, the master schedule, how you design when classes are being offered at different grade levels and when students take electives versus their core classes gets really rigid, and it's hard to be flexible when you have 3 grade levels that you're trying to plan, just like in an elementary school when you have K through 5 and so on and so forth. But if you have just a grade level in one building, you don't have to worry about how it fits with 7th and 8th grade. You can be very flexible and creative in a new way, and that would be really exciting as a principal and as a teacher, and to be able to say maybe 50-minute class periods, we don't have to do that anymore. Maybe they're all 75-minute classes, right? Or you can be much more flexible in how you operate, which is exciting.
So, mi siguiente pregunta es, ¿se ha hecho algún tipo de encuesta con los padres del sexto año? Si ellos están de acuerdo que sus hijos sean movidos de un ambiente que ya están familiarizados a un nuevo sistema, porque automáticamente lo que más importa es que los niños estén bien, y los padres tienen que abogar para eso. Entonces, ¿se ha hecho esa encuesta?
So the question was, has there been any surveying of families regarding the 6th grade center at this point?
Nope, no, it has not. We do have a survey that is out for teachers, but we kind of paused it until the teachers could come over and see Wiley, because a lot of the questions that they were putting in were really about the space, which is one of the reasons why we opened up the tour last week and did that. So no, we've not surveyed all of the parents because we're really relying, and we're going to talk about this with the facility planning, is we pulled together a group of stakeholders to kind of represent that group, and they brought forward a recommendation to the board for a 6th grade center. So we want the board to address that and respond to it, and that is where we're starting. So,
Thank you. Gracias.
There have been many emails coming to the board from parents and teachers. So I would just encourage parents to speak up if that's something that they think is going to be good for their children or not. So we encourage them to convey their thoughts with us.
I would agree, because right now I think the board is hearing from a very select group of voices. We've heard from many of those people here through public comment. We're not really hearing from people with sixth graders or with middle schoolers. So if you feel strongly about this, we would encourage you to let the board know how you feel. So, a good point, Sherry.
Can I add something else? It will be also really helpful if we can hear the voices from the teachers.
Yes.
For the parents and especially for the students. If there is a way to involve the students, because automatically this is for them and for the future. So if we can get involved, all the community that we are receiving all these emails, mostly they are negative, it will be really helpful for us to hear, because right now we only heard you and the administration saying that why we need this, but I'm not hearing the community saying why do we need this. So it would be good if the administration invests some time to make not only us but also the community that is against to hear what is the possibilities.
Sure.
And I'm really happy to hear you guys are kind of like on board, because about the bilingual program, I know it makes sense. So that also gives me like, okay, well, you know. Thank you.
And they've done some internal surveys at UMS. I don't know that those were designed to bring to the board level, but they have put out some surveys to kids asking them things like, if we had what electives do you like, and what electives would you like to see, and what new electives? So they've been getting some ideas that way from kids, like, okay, here are the electives that we teach, but what would you, if we could just throw up any electives and if we could do any exploratory classes, what would be some of the things that you'd like to learn more about or do? And so they've been getting some interesting data from the students in that way. But I just want to reiterate, again, you might be hearing me talking about this, but I was not one of the people who voted in the committee, and we had many, many people who spent their summer and gave up a lot of their time to bring forward a recommendation to the board about a sixth grade center. So I just want to say, yes, I'm doing the talking for that group because they're not here and it's 10 o'clock at night. But yeah, so I just want to say that again. Okay.
I just want to let you guys know that I have to go now.
Yes.
But thank you for having me.
Thank you, Paulina.
Really appreciate you being here.
And staying so late.
Thank you.
And we very much appreciate the fact that you come prepared, that you come with questions, and that you chime in. We really,
participation.
we
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Good night.
So with the permission of the board, just in the interest of time, and since Joe and Lupe are still there, we wanted to also talk to you about a couple of the time. Can I go to the next thing, Paul? Unless people have.
Unless board members want to continue the discussion.
I think it's all continued discussion, because next I'm going to talk about facilities, and next I'm going to talk about the redistricting piece of it. And of course, I asked Joe and Lupe, following our last discussion where there were comments about that we were going to have to fast track a decision about dual language and do all of that in the next month or two. So I invited them to come also to talk a little bit about. So this document that you have, I am not going to, just in the interest of time, go through this. It really was designed for our new board members. And so I do want to thank, I know Ben was out of town, so I offered a 2-on-2 session with Sherry and Lola and Ben because they really didn't get to hear all of the background about how we ended up talking about Wiley and the asbestos abatement and the capital improvement plans from previous years. And so Lola participated in that, and Sitlali and Sherry, and it was a great conversation. I think they learned a lot about the many, many years that we've been talking about doing this. So I'm not going to belabor that unless Ben has specific questions, since we didn't get to meet with him. But this document was designed to just kind of let the public know, and as well as our new board members know, that Wiley has been something that has been at the forefront of many, many board conversations for many years. So in 2016, we were talking about, is Urbana well served by the number, size, and location of our elementary schools? So we were talking about that even back then. In 2020, we were having conversations also, again, looking at Wiley when we had to make a decision about which elementary school we were going to renovate next. So there were conversations about Wiley back then. And then, of course, here we are, 2023, really talking about what are we going to do with the committee's recommendations. So the second part of this document was really just basically to say to the board, I heard, things at our last meeting around, we really don't think we can really vote for this, and we really don't want to consider a sixth grade center for all these reasons. And we're going to talk about this a little bit with redistricting here in a second when I shift gears. But I just want to say publicly, and I want to say on the record, that the board asked us to put together a facility committee. We did exactly what you asked us to do. We put the people on the committee in a very impartial and non-biased way. We comprised the committee of the people you asked us to have there. We ran the committees basically the way the board asked us to, and it was very difficult to have these be open meetings, the recordings, the minutes. It was a difficult process, which really slowed down the work. We lost people at the very beginning who were very excited about being part of this committee, who after coming to the first couple meetings, it wasn't what they signed up for. So the people who remained from April to August should be commended, because they put in a significant amount of time. They came to meetings all summer. Administrators gave up their summers, parents gave up their summers, we gave up our summer. It was a lot of work, and it was really intense, and it was exhausting, not just physically, mentally. It was hard. And so when people from the committee hear the board saying, we don't even think we're going to entertain a vote for this, we're not going to talk about that, maybe we can push that to further. People have said to me, someone just said it to me this week, if the board doesn't take this recommendation seriously, there are people in this district who are never going to be on another district-wide committee ever. We did this with dual language, and we're doing the same thing. So I would implore you, on August 3rd, when we talked about having a recommendation or something, the middle school folks are just waiting. And so I think everyone deserves to hear from you and to say, we just don't think we can talk about this now, is just not okay. And I know I'm speaking for myself, but hopefully all the people who were on the committee will also speak up and let board members know that these are important decisions. And like Paul said, this is why you guys become board members. It's not fun. It's not easy. And anything that we do is going to make somebody unhappy. And I'd have to live with that every single day as superintendent. And as board members, you have to too. And I know these are hard decisions, but it's part of what you signed up for. And the people who did this work deserve to hear from you. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And then next I want to talk about redistricting a little bit, and we had a lot of conversations about bringing in redistricting consultants and strategic planning. But before we do that, just based on the conversations we heard last time about dual language, I thought it would make sense to have Joe and Lupe give a little bit of a timeline about how we ended up here. So Ben, I know you didn't get to hear this, but Lola and Sherry and Sitlali did. I think it was helpful for them, so we thought it would be helpful just for the public, because even tonight I heard things that were just incorrect. So I think just kind of reiterating how this process started, why it started, and how we ended up here in a brief way. So if you would look at your timeline for dual language, you've got a kind of colorful version, and then you've got a really straightforward version. So go for it.
Are we able to project one of the
Yes,
documents?
the timeline.
Timeline.
Do you have that, John?
Yeah. do them.
You have it, John? You need me to? I'll send, yeah, it was in the packet. It's called Spanish Dual Language Planning Committee Timeline.
So, yeah, so we'll go ahead and get started. So just very quickly, this was an extension of a timeline that we actually shared previously at one of the community roundtables during this process.
Oh, not that one, John. It looks like this.
Either one of those, it's the same information. One of them's just prettier.
Yep.
So back in December 2021, Joe and I met with the board to talk about some challenges that we were seeing across our programs. At the time, the district and Joe and I formed a committee to look at how we can make improvements. Over the course of the spring, that committee, which was made up of teachers, parents, administration, and teachers at every level, looked at a variety of different challenges that they were having and some recommendations on how to improve. The conversation at the elementary level led a lot to a conversation about being in strands versus being a strand model, which is what we have now, where we have grade classrooms within a building as opposed to being in a whole building. In May, the committee leadership brought the team's recommendation to move to a whole school model. The board requested for more information before voting. At the time in May, we did not necessarily recommend which building. We just said that being in one building would be very beneficial for the program, for all of the stakeholders involved. Throughout the summer, and we continue to meet as a committee, and continuing to do more opportunities for feedback throughout September and October as well. That was meeting with faculty, roundtable discussions, meeting with parents in different settings. In October, the DL committee brought forward an additional more information that the board had requested regarding budget, transportation, impact on families, as well as a recommended school. At the time, the committee had recommended Leal be the site for dual language. I do want to be clear that at the time we were only looking at Dr. Williams and Leal because that is where the strand models were held. So one of the things that the committee discussed was how do we do one school and only potentially disrupt half of the building, whereas taking over an entire building that doesn't have dual language at all would have disrupted the entire building. So that's why the conversation was focused on would a whole school be better at Dr. Williams or at Leal. Then in December, we came to provide more additional information. And the December 6th meeting, the board members present decided to do a straw poll and decided that on the 13th they were not going to vote on the recommendation. On the 13th, Joe and I did come back to continue that conversation with the additional board members present, at which point it was decided that the decision would be on pause until the rest of the conversation around Wiley, redistricting, and all the other district initiatives were had. So throughout the spring, we moved forward with an outside evaluator, the Center of Applied Linguistics, to really look at our programs more thoroughly from a quantitative and qualitative perspective. They came and did a presentation on May 16th. At that point, Joe and I also did a follow-up presentation to look at where our initial findings and challenges were and how they overlapped with the Center of Applied Linguistics. So that's where we are today. I think the initial challenges that we discussed still continue. That challenge for teacher collaboration, the inconsistency as far as classroom size and inability to more balanced classrooms across building is still the same. While we have, you know, some small classes at some grade levels, we have some very large classes at the opposite building at grade levels, which could have been remedied had we been in one building. The staffing challenge as well could have been potentially remedied. For example, currently we have 2 long-term subs at Dr. Williams, one of which that does not speak Spanish. Unfortunately, had we been in one building and been able to more balance classrooms, we could have been started the year fully staffed. So these are challenges that are going to continue. Unfortunately, due to hiring challenges and recruitment, we do everything we can with HR, the additional stipends we were able to offer for teachers, but bilingual and special ed teachers are very hard to recruit right now. They're very much in demand, and you know, we're just hoping that we can find a solution.
Any questions or comments for Lupe and Joe? Yep.
So if you were to have a single dual language school, what strand size building would you need?
Currently this year, we are occupying 21 classrooms. Had we been in one building, based on current enrollment numbers, we could have been in 18.
So does that mean you need a 4-strand building or a 3-strand building?
It's not a 4 or 3 answer. It depends by grade level. So at kindergarten and first grade, you might need 4. At second through fifth.
Let me rephrase the question then. Which of the 6 current elementary schools could you put a dual language school into?
That is up for the board to decide, because what the committee...
You need to tell us what you need, because if it's up to me and I put you in a small shack of a building, then you're going to be pissed off because the building's too small.
So Robbie, let's calm down a little bit. If they need 18 classrooms, the buildings that currently have 18 classrooms would be DPW, Thomas Paine, Yankee Ridge, and Leal. Everything but Wiley.
And if we need 18, we could even do 18 at King if we had to. But at the upward level, we've been looking at more like 20 or 21. So we wouldn't want to go to a building where we just barely fit, because that doesn't allow us to grow at all. So.
And that's 18 core classrooms, right?
Currently, yes.
Not counting any like specials or.
Correct. That's just classroom spaces. That's not talking about fine arts. That's not talking about literacy intervention and specialized teachers. Right?
So that would be every school except the current Wiley. Yeah.
I also brought this up before, but I didn't. I was wondering, with the committee, did they ever discuss, or what were the pros or cons for having a like K through 2nd grade and 3rd, 4th, and 5th in another building? If they split it up in buildings, that way the teachers could collaborate in the same grade.
Yeah, we did talk about a variety of different scenarios. Doing grade level centers, which is you know, something I know that like Muhammad does, where there's a K2 site and a 3-5 site, was discussed. There were a lot of challenges, and I believe it is in one of the presentation links from December or January, where they talked about why they didn't feel like that was appropriate, due to a lot of challenges with families that have kids at early childhood, as well as the K2, as well as the 3-5. There were just a lot of reasons why the staff didn't think it was the appropriate choice.
You talked about other buildings too, but like they do have schools where they have K through 2 or 3rd, then the 4th, 5th, 3, 4, and 5 together, and then the middle school. So, I mean, it's done in other communities where they split up grades like that.
Yeah, I think there were pros when those models were discussed. That the pros were the ability for the collaboration of all the kindergarten dual language, all the first grade dual language together. The cons, based in my recollection from the committee conversations, the cons outweighed the pros in that type of model when trying to, I think it was the whole school model in terms of the whole school buying into being the pillars of dual language education would still be an issue because you would still have monolingual classes in the same school. That would still be the big issue that wouldn't be addressed. If that makes sense.
Question? Okay, I'm going to hop right to redistricting. So I'm moving to this, and you guys stay because you're part of one of the options. Sorry, you don't get to leave yet. And I am not going, once again, I'm not going to read to you. So this is our history of elementary redistricting. And again, I really put this together for our new board members just to give them some historical perspective. I think for the public as well, thinking about the redistricting processes that we've already been through. So in 89, 90, in 2001, 2002, I really want to jump more so to 2016 when we first started really experiencing the DPW enrollment issues. So there was a committee that was put together. So John, it's the, okay. A committee that was put together to address the enrollment concerns at DPW. I was part of that as the deputy superintendent at the time. We started the enrollment cap in the school year 2017 to 2018. One of the reasons we started doing this is we had a year at DPW, and I don't know if Lupe and Joe even remember this, where we had 120 kindergartners. We had 5 kindergarten classrooms. We probably could have put 600 kids there that year if we had not done the enrollment cap, and that was back in 2016. So flash forward to 2023, and we're still talking about the same issues, and we have not addressed them at all. I think our kind of self-imposed cap has helped, but basically what it's done is we have sent 300 students, 300, right, Kim? In the last, just since I've been superintendent, we have kind of de facto redistricted 300 kids that could be a DPW to other schools throughout the district. And just the fact that we've been doing it now for 5-6 years is problematic. And people have been coming to this board. People have been talking to me about redistricting for 2 years. And to hear the comments made around maybe we just will wait and redistrict next year in favor of a strategic plan, I am 100% on board with strategic planning. I don't disagree with one person who has said that we need a strategic plan. A couple of people emailed me this week and said, hey, I'm looking for the strategic plan. And when I send it to them, I'm embarrassed that our strategic plan is from 2011-12. Is it addressing any of our current needs? Absolutely not. And as the superintendent, I 100% know that and agree with that. However, if you flip to the next page, the people who are talking about, well, we need a strategic plan so you can do some of these things. Guys, I could throw 30 people in a room in the next week or two, and we would come up with the exact same things that are on here. We need to fix the DPW enrollment issues. We need to increase student achievement for every single kid, whether they're black, brown, white, or purple. We have equity initiatives. We did our equity audit. We know what our needs are. We know we need more teachers. We know we need more teachers of color. We know we need the financial resources to support all of these things. That's the strategic plan. It's not a secret. It's not a surprise. We can't write a strategic plan until this board makes some decisions. I don't want to put people in a room. I don't want to engage everyone all year around what should our strategic plan be, and people give us all these great ideas that one, maybe the board may or may not support them. But our parents, our teachers, our students, our stakeholders, they can create a plan, but they're not the decision makers. You guys are. So until we make some serious decisions around DPW, around what we're going to do with Wiley, around whether or not we're going to have a one school model, it's kind of pointless for us to talk about strategic planning. We need decisions. So when you guys give us some information, we can take those things and really write a robust 5-year plan. Right now, if we wrote a strategic plan, everything that I just listed would be part of it, but with no decisions. So I am coming back to you again to say I would like to explore working with some consultants to help us address some of the issues that we've been talking about for the last 2 years. On this page, there are some, if you go to the next slide, John, options that we could explore. Again, redistricting consultants don't make the decisions, the board does. The board would determine what guiding principles you want the consultants to prioritize. The board would make decisions around every single school being racially balanced. Every single school is economically balanced. Do we want neighborhood schools or don't we want neighborhood schools? But we need to start this process now, or it will once again be another school year where we have a whole group of folks that we will continue to disenfranchise because their needs are not being met in their neighborhood in comparison to some other folks whose needs are clearly being met in their neighborhoods. And it'll be one more year of not addressing the DPW enrollment issues and another year of us not addressing the issues that we've been talking about since, what was the first day? December of 2021 related to dual language. So we're almost to 2 years of now talking about dual language and improving that program. So I really want the board to give administration some guidance. My recommendation is at the top. We recommend that we go out, and I have a consulting group that I've been having lots of conversations with. And I would love to bring them to the board level and let you guys start talking with them. The conversation that I had, they watched the board meeting, and so the conversation I had with them after our last meeting was, if we don't start this process soon, we won't have anything by the end of this year even. So we cannot keep pushing this to November or December or January. If we don't get someone in here and start working with us, we won't be able to have decisions even at the end of this year. And we'll be having this exact same conversation next year in August of 2024. So there are 4 options here. I'm not asking you to choose one of these tonight. I'm not saying these are the only 4 options. I'm just saying these are 4 options that we could ask a consultant to come forward. They make a lot of money to do all of this. They will look at where every single kid lives. They will look at who's a walker, who's a rider, who's on the bus, who's not on the bus, if they're black, if they're white, if they speak Spanish, if they speak French. They will do all of that. They will bring forward however many options you guys want. These are the 4 that I've come up with to say based on to share with you based on the conversations that we've talked about. If you want to have an option 5 and an option 6, we could talk about that too. So they'll basically work in whatever parameters we give them, and when I say we, I mean you as the board. You get to kind of set that. And when they bring these options forward, it will be after significant community engagement. So we've talked about doing town halls. We've talked about doing surveys, which, just like us, they've experienced the same thing. Surveys are, of course, not the best way to get engagement. So we would have some in-person opportunities for people to talk about which option would be the one that they would most align with in the community. So I think the first thing we need to do is, it would be great if I could say to IGW and I could say to the middle school folks, hey, we want to keep talking about a sixth grade center. We think this is something that's important to our community. It will take months and months for IGW to put together a schematic design and a program for a sixth grade center, and it's going to take lots of meetings with UMS folks to really design something that we think is meaningful. We're already talking about 25, 26 because as Scott shared with the committee this summer, just adding on the new part of what would be needed for a 16th center is 18 months. That's from sticking the first shovel in the ground to opening the school. So we're talking about just 18 months of building and the renovation process. Well, not renovation, the new part. The current Wiley hopefully is going to have a lot of the renovations done this year. We can move a little bit faster while the building's closed. There are all kinds of things that we can do when kids are not in the building versus when we're having school. So the fact that the building is closed helps us. But again, the clock is ticking, and if we don't make some decisions pretty quickly about what we're going to do with Wiley, we might be talking not even just 25, 26. We might be looking at 26, 27 before we're able to feel any benefits of doing anything in that space. So I'm not asking you to straw poll or anything like that. I know the sixth grade center conversation hopefully will be back on the agenda for October 3rd. But I am asking you to seriously look at these 4 options and give me the authority to go back to the consultants and say, hey, come and have a conversation with the board about what a redistricting plan might look like for this year.
So I have 2 questions, I guess, from that would help, I think, the board gets time how it needs to make its decision. So what you're asking for is to present the administration with a set of options, either these 4 or potentially others, some set of them, to hand to an external company. By when would these set of options need to be delivered to administration?
So in my last conversation with the consultants, they only work with real data, so they would wait until fall housing. So ideally, in my first a calendar that I kind of created for our board topics, it would have been great if we could have had the consultants here in November to kind of do that first presentation so they could get started, because it is pretty time intensive what they have to do. But the last conversation that I had with them, they said that even if they come to a board meeting in December, having these options all laid out for us by April will be pushing it. My hope was that they would be able to bring forward options that the board could choose, so then we could spend the end of the year doing strategic planning. That was my original hope, is we could start redistricting. We would be doing that all year, and then by springtime, have several weeks of school left. And there's some things I think we could do simultaneously as well. Like I've said, we kind of already know what our big rock issues are, so that we could probably be doing some strategic planning engagements kind of side by side while the redistricting is happening. So we could hopefully end the year with a redistricting model, like this is what we're going to do, this is the process, this is when we're going to start it, this is how we're going to roll it out, this is whether we're going to do grandfathering or not do grandfathering. All those things would have to be decided, and then we have at least a couple months at the end of the year to start messaging that and talking about it, so families can make decisions about what they want to do for the 24-25 school year. And then at the same time, we could be doing some strategic planning work at the end of the year. So my hope would be November.
Okay. All right. The other part of it is, I mean, when would the board need to make a decision with regards to Wiley to facilitate the planning process for the construction and the format of the building? These are 2 decisions.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I could have Scott come back and talk about that, but the conversations that I think he shared when we looked at the timeline, and I could probably find that if my Wi-Fi is working and pull that timeline back up again. But the Like I said, the building part is the 18 months. I think our goal was to have bids done, a design, have all of that, a contractor and everything lined up by February. Is that right, Katie and Randy? To bring back to the board, here is the scope of the building, here is how much it's going to cost. Here is basically the timeline of when it would be completed for the 25-26 school year. So Scott has been, we've had lots of meetings at UMS, but again, like I said earlier, I think we've kind of reached that point where they can't do much more in terms of designing or planning what the building will look like until the board actually kind of gives them an indication of, yes, this is something that we're interested in doing.
So listening between the lines here, it sounds like you need a decision on that in October and a decision on the set of options in November in order to meet the time frame you desire.
And I think the committee was expecting the board to, after the 3 public hearings, weigh in on the 6th grade center. So I think that is what we would still like to hear for the October 3rd meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul. That was a great way to kind of bring it all back together.
Well, I mean, that's what we need to make our decisions. So
Yeah,
thank
absolutely.
you. Board members, any questions or comments? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Ravi. It's that time of night.
It's late.
I feel like listening everything that you said and how one thing was delaying and delaying and delaying, it drove us to this mess. And now it feels like there is a lot of decisions to do. And it seems like it's really hard because they're really hard topics.
Yes.
But, voy a hablar en español. Creo que es mejor que the board really takes in consideration this and act regardless of wherever direction we want to go. We cannot wait more. And really we have to act. I mean, I'm pretty new in here. Hearing and seeing all this story, like 2 years in the Duolingo program, when there's a need in the community, why? And now we're gonna wait another 2 years for the 6th grade, why? I mean, doesn't make sense for me as a parent, and doesn't make sense to me as a part of this team. So I know it's a heavy decision, and I know people is gonna get upset regardless of whatever we do.
Yes.
But if we are just thinking about the good of our kids and the community, I think that's something we should do it like long time ago. So wherever you guys feel like with choices in there, bringing somebody else who's gonna tell us, yes, this is what you should do, and then we're gonna ignore it again, like we ignore the recommendation for the Duolingo.
No.
I honestly feel like at the moment we have the presentation, the next meeting should be like, yes, we're gonna do this. But here we are. So come on, guys, let's work.
Yeah, so as someone who sat here for 12 years, I kind of almost feel the need to apologize to this board and to the public for the situation things are right now. When we redistricted back in 2011, 2012, we didn't do anything really. There was a lot of resistance to the proposals that came out of a committee that met for 18 months. And as a result, the board caved to the public pressure and basically did nothing. And things slowly got worse and worse and worse over time. It's kind of exponentially compounded. And that experience was so rough. The prior board was pushed, whenever the word redistricting came up, we pushed back. I mean, oh, we can't do that because it was so hard last time. And that, you know, it just made things worse. It's like knowing you have a cavity and then not going to the dentist, right? Yeah.
Well, because we should have done this in 2016-17 when the very first year, and I was deputy superintendent, so I was sitting at the table, but not really. And we had a very small conversation, and I think what Paul said is exactly true, that everybody was just we can't live through that again, and it was really hard. And I was a principal on the redistricting committee when we did that in 2011, and it was, we had parents there and principals there, and we met at the RPC every other week for 18 months. And for the board to move 10 students was just deflating. And so when we got here in 2016 and we saw what was happening in the DPW Prairie neighborhood, we should have addressed it then, and we didn't. And Paul's exactly right. I think the experience was so difficult that no one wanted to do it again. And so we put a Band-Aid on the problem, and we've been Band-Aiding the problem since then. And the Band-Aid has burst several times, and we just keep adding another Band-Aid on top.
And I feel like that's what happened when the duolingual program came. Some people in the Leo district say no, and then we got scared, and then we put another Band-Aid. And now some people from the Wiley district, and it's my district, that's my home, says no, and then we are putting Band-Aid. But one of the things I keep hearing is like, be transparent, be honest, don't have double agendas, don't have like pretending to have a committee and then just manipulate everything, whatever we see it. I just don't see as a parent how we can trust in something, you know. So I feel like this is the moment for the board to really reconstruirse.
This is the moment for the board to kind of redefine themselves.
And do something. Either he says no, either I say no. Just say, put it on the table and let's keep going.
Yep.
Right. Any further questions or discussion?
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I know that was a hard conversation.
It's
but
and
it
it's
needed
late
to
at
be
night,
had.
and I'm sure things might come to you tomorrow or down the road. But if you need something to help you make these decisions, you know, reach out to administration, and we can get it on an agenda so we can talk about it.
Thank you, guys, for staying so late.
So the question
one more.
today was that if we should go ahead and ask somebody to come next month.
I would love, yes. So if I have a proposal, I have it sitting right here in front of me, actually, with a cost proposal and a scope of work from a company called RSP Associates. They've worked with Naperville and Aurora and some big cities like, you know, Memphis, Tennessee. I mean, they've redistricted districts that have booming enrollment and districts that have been 3, 4, 5 times our size. So I've talked to other superintendents who have worked with them. They're not local, so we would have to do some Zooming, but they are committed to coming in person for some of these things, and then some things would be, you know, digital and virtual, and we'll just kind of have to work with that because we don't have an easy way to get here in Central Illinois. You know, depending on where you're located. But yes, I'd love to be able to reach out to them this week, and I'm sure they're probably watching this meeting from Kansas, where they are, and get them here to have a conversation with you. So that first conversation would probably be virtual.
I guess one additional question. So I'm assuming that this organization has access or has demographers on staff that they could.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that's one of the things that comes up repeatedly in conversations with constituents is how can we know, without a demography study, you know, how to inform these decisions.
Sure, that's part of what they do. So yeah. But I would like to bring them forward so they can talk to you about what they do instead of me just kind of sharing it in this way. They're the experts, not me.
So the question is,
Yeah.
Just say yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can put them on an agenda
Yeah, I mean-
and work with them to see when they can come and do a virtual presentation probably. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna fly them here to have that initial conversation, but
You know, by policy, the president and the superintendent jointly form agendas. So I think, you know, we could say publicly that you would take in the direction of the board, and we will be putting this on a future agenda.
lots
I'm
ahead
good with
now.
that. I don't know if we need.
Yeah, we don't
a
need a
motion for
formal
that.
vote. So.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
All
Sit
right.
Molly, because I was going to keep just moving on. I appreciate you pausing and continuing that conversation.
Okay, now we can actually do our business. We're up to action items. This is our consent agenda. I'm going to read it off. If anybody wishes to have something removed from the consent agenda and voted on individually, please let me know. 11.1 are our minutes from the August 22nd business meeting, the August 29th district parent-teacher advisory committee meeting, the September 5th study session, and the September 11th executive session. 11.2, we have bills and checks. Ed funds to the tune of $700,000, O&M fund bills for $370,000, transportation fund bills for $5,700, working cash bonds for $124,000, school facility occupancy tax for $1.8 million, tort for $156,000, excuse me. Life safety levy for $180,000, payroll and benefits for $3.3 million, abandoned education for $176,000. We have, as typical for this time of year, a long list of personnel items, including some retirements that were announced. I don't know if you want to say anything about those, but the three retirements, right?
Yeah, these 3 teachers were here when I started teaching in 2000, and they have put in for retirement in 25 and 26. And so that means that I keep getting older too. But we are very excited for them and their journey after their employment at Urbana schools, but it'll still be a while. And we have an administrative personnel item.
So it's 11.4 is an administrative personnel item.
Yes, he is here. So Peter, would you like to come up? Thank you for patiently waiting. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Bridget Maloney, who's at Leal, excuse me, Chuck Koplinski, who's at UMS, and Don Barber, who's also at UMS. And so they put in for the retirement under our new retirement enhancement from the last contract negotiations. And so they're able to put in that up to 4 years to be able to get a little bit of a perk. And then we're also able to try and plan for those vacancies. Okay.
And go ahead and introduce our proposed new administrator.
Sure. Thanks for waiting. Okay. In July 2023, the Director of Human Resources position became vacant as the former director took a similar position in her hometown. The Director of Human Resources position was posted for 6 weeks before holding interviews. 2 applicants held the proper certification and credentials to hold this administrative position. UEA members, clerical staff, building administrators, and district administrators joined the large Level 1 interview committee on Thursday, August 31st. Both candidates were found to be excellent and advanced to Level 2 interviews with Dr. Ivory Tatum and the executive leadership team. Mr. Peter Furch was selected as the most outstanding candidate in the Level 1 and Level 2 interview committees. Mr. Furch was born and raised in Urbana, Champaign community. In 2004, he earned his bachelor's degree in elementary education from the University of Illinois at Urbana, Champaign. Mr. Furch began his teaching career in Champaign Unit 4 district, where he taught 5th grade for 8 years. During that time, he returned to the University of Illinois and earned his Master of Education degree along with his State of Illinois administrative license. In 2012, Mr. Furch was hired as an assistant principal at Barksdale Elementary School and later went on to be the school's principal. Mr. Peter Furch has also served students, families, and staff through his work at the Central Office Administrative Building in Champaign Unit 4. Starting in 2018, Mr. Furch served as the Director of Magnet Schools, overseeing a $9.6 million federal Magnet Schools grant. Currently, Mr. Furch serves as the Director of School Improvement, where he supports all schools within the district. Throughout his educational career, Mr. Peter Furch has had the good fortune to work with and learn from numerous talented colleagues. Mr. Furch says he's excited to support the Urbana School District and eager to help lead the Human Resources Department. And so with that, we are recommending Mr. Peter Furch to serve as the next Director of Human Resources.
Thank you. We have 2 more things on our
Yep.
consent agenda. A resolution authorizing and directing the sale of disposal of personal property. These are desks, file cabinets, coffee thermos, kitchen racks, whiteboard, I'm getting tired of talking, and a variety of teacher-student textbooks. And 11.6 is the appointment of authorized appointment of authorized agent for IMRF. This is Shelby Smith, payroll specialist, the district's IMRF authorized agent. So that's our consent agenda for the evening. Does anybody wish to remove any of these individual items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the entire consent agenda.
I move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Staton?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulowski.
Yes. Congratulations and welcome to the district.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I'm excited to serve and lead in Urbana. It is late at 10:30, but you all are doing some great work. It's great to hear the awesome next steps Urbana is going to be taking. I'm excited to help the well-oiled machine of the Human Resources Department continue their great work. So again, thank you for your confidence and support.
Thank you. All right. Moving on with our individual action items, 12.1 are gifts. Health of the Homeless, U of I donated school supplies, snacks, and reusable water bottles to Leal Elementary School. U of I Employees Credit Union donated a variety of school supplies that were divided between Urbana Middle and High School. Kenneth and Linda Morizzi in Urbana donated $322 to purchase recorders for a King Elementary music classroom. Atlas Agency donated $300 to Trish Anton, the CU One-to-One Mentoring Coordinators Program. And Kanita Fay, Urbana, donated $100 to the Urbana High School Winter Guard to sponsor a regional competition entry. Is there a motion to accept these gifts and send out thank yous?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12.2 is a formal approval of the fiscal year 24 Urbana School District and Adult Education Budget Resolution. Is there a motion for the floor?
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further comments or discussion? Roll call, please, and at the end of the meeting, please come here to sign this register for your votes as required by the state. Roll call, please.
Okay. Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Staton?
Yes.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulowski.
Yes. 12.3 is a Champaign-Urbana Public Health Subcontract Agreement. I guess, Katie, can you provide us some context?
Yeah, the two next action items I brought as drafts to one of the August meetings, and nothing's changed since those drafts. So this is to fund the Farm to School program for this coming year. The Champaign-Urbana Public Health District received 2 grants, one from USDA and one from the City of Urbana Youth Services, and those 2 grants are helping fund that program for this coming year to fund a portion of the Farm to School coordinator salary, the garden coordinator stipends, and a couple of Farm to School interns. And the Champaign-Urbana Public Health District drafted this language. It's been reviewed by our attorneys, and they've already approved it at their meeting, and it's coming to us for counter approval.
Great, thank you. Is there a motion for the floor?
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further comments or discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Staton? Yes. Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulowski.
Yes. 12.4 is a Champaign-Urbana Public Health Subcontract Agreement, City of Urbana. This is the other one that Katie mentioned with CU PhD and for the school, the CU Farm to School program. And the Youth Services Grant for the Champaign-Urbana Public Health District. Is there a motion for the floor?
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further comments or discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Staton?
Yes.
Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
President Pulowski.
Yes. There is no call for future special or executive meetings. It's time for our superintendent's report.
Okay, very very quickly. So we kicked off Latina Heritage Month, and we got some great coverage on WCIA for the parade at DPW, and we kicked off the month also, well, not the month, but the activities that will run from September 15th to October 15th with a soccer match. So it was families versus staff, so papas versus maestros, and of course the parents kind of beat them pretty badly. Joe's nodding back there, but it was great fun and it was a great match. So there's a picture of that there. 40 under 40. We want to recognize one of our very own Thomas Paine principal. Yay! Miss Andrea Jackson has been named a Central Illinois Business Magazine 40 under 40 winner. If you haven't seen the full list, there are a lot of great folks on this list. One of our city council members, Chandra Bishop, is on here. So they really chose some great folks this year. But we are very proud of Andrea and the fact that she is being honored in October. Our very own board member, Sitlali Uritsi Stanton, was also honored this Saturday as, yay, as an Emergent Leader Award at the CU Immigration Forum award ceremony. So she was recognized for her work at the New American Welcome Center as noted as an emergent leader in our community. So congratulations, Sitlali. That was awesome. Yes. It is homecoming week, so Friday is the pep rally at 2:30, parade at 3:30 for anyone who's watching this at home or watching it on YouTube later. Please come out. I know, as I mentioned in my update, our football team is young, but they are excited and eager, and we're in a rebuilding year. Our coaches are dedicated, so please come out and support our young people. They are working really, really hard and giving it their all. Are they going to win all their games? No, but we are just happy to have football back in Urbana. So come back on Friday night at 7 o'clock and watch the game, and then the dance is Saturday at 7:30. Next week, on Tuesday the 26th, the CU Marching Showcase. We've talked about that. Our great Tiger Marching Band will be hosting this year, and Centennial and Central will be joining in. So all proceeds will benefit all three programs. So come out and support that. Do you want to talk about this one, Sherry, the Tiger Market Food Pantry? Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Well, we're excited. We have the market here has full cabinets are full and ready for the students at the high school. We have Miss Hernandez, who is the staff representative, and she's working with student volunteers now to unpack the food and to stock the shelves and to keep it organized. We just need students to identify themselves, or social workers or teachers to identify families that might need food, and we have plenty of food for them. So I'm hoping every 2 weeks we'll have a distribution where students can find out more about the items at the pantry. We'll be at the school before school during breakfast, passing out food, and students can come and take whatever they would like. And they can also be able to order online, and a student is going to develop that. So if a student doesn't have time to come to the pantry or wants to order food, and confidentially, we will pack up the food for that student, and the student can pick it up. So we're hoping to have distributions every other week. So please let us know if you would like some food, or if you know of somebody who would like some food. We would like to make sure that they have things in their home.
Thank you.
Can I have a question? Do you have the information in Spanish so we can share in the community?
Yes, it is going to be translated for sure. Yeah.
Can you send it to me so I can
Absolutely.
do my job?
Absolutely. I believe that it's going to be done.
Yeah,
Very-
Lucia
yeah.
will distribute them too. So Catherine's working with that. Yep. Yep. Yeah, thank you. That was much better sharing than I would have. Last week, we hosted our first Family and Community Cafe. If you remember, Mrs. Webster, our Director of Family Engagement, came and shared. This is one of our strands from our Equity Action Plan. and we had our very first session. And this is just kind of showing we did more of a table talk model where it really wasn't talking to parents. It was really just gathering information from people who came about how they would like to see the community cafe structured and what kinds of things they want to learn more about related to Urbana. So the next meeting is on November 28th. Upcoming dates, we've talked about all of these, I think, except for October 2nd is Bring Your Family to School Day, and then October 4th is Walk and Roll to School Day, which is always very fun. So my last slide is really, I know it's late, but I do need you guys to do a little more thinking just for another minute. At our last meeting, we talked about, I know Paul was really interested because we have 4 new board members in really having another board retreat. I know we had one a couple years ago when Laura, Ravi, and Brian joined the board. So, say that again? Not Brian, maybe. Okay.
Brian
I
was
thought
there?
he was there.
Oh, sorry, my
Yeah.
memory's fuzzy. My memory's fuzzy. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought he was there.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes. So we have reached out to IASB, to Perry, who does these for boards. And these are just the first semester dates. He did have some additional dates in January, but I kind of thought you guys would rather do this sooner rather than later. So these are the available dates that he has. The reason the ones on Tuesday are orange is we typically say we try to have things on Tuesday since it's a night that you guys are usually busy with board meetings anyway. He did tell us that he does kind of need to know what our top 3 preferences are as soon as possible, and then he'll let us know which of those 3 dates would work best for him. I can read off some of the January dates if you think you want to go that far out, but I didn't put them on the slide. So what are you guys thinking?
Well, I guess my request would be that Lori send out a doodle poll with all of these dates
Ooh, good
to
idea.
the whole board, because Lola's not here, and I think we really want to have a date where all 7 of us can attend. So can we do that instead of like talking about it right now?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, might as well throw the January dates on there.
Also,
It's not a board meeting. It's a
just
month,
think
and
that
we would do this
October
instead.
31st, for the ones we have kids, we are busy.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
So
I
just
put it on here just because I
But-
knew you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, my only guidance to board members would be to try to answer the doodle poll in a timely fashion so we can get back to Perry Hill.
Can we send the doodle poll out tomorrow and then maybe have people give it to us by Friday so we don't lose dates? Okay, all right, we will do that. And then the last thing we'll need to know is kind of what the goal, Perry wanted to kind of know, are we wanting to just do like board relations or talking about the role of a board member? I'm like, what is really kind of what, we want him to do something similar as to what he did with us last time, but Ravi, Tori, and Paul kind of already participated in that. So should we put that on as a question as well? We can make it kind of more of a survey, and you guys can tell us what you want to talk about.
I think
now,
that'd be
or
great to have that feedback as well on that.
Okay.
Need some
what you guys feel like you need the most during the retreat.
I think we can do that over email.
Okay, sounds good to me. Oh, thank you. The 5th is a board meeting date, Lori. We'll take it off. Thanks. And that is it for me. Board reports.
Board reports. Does anybody have one?
Quick, I know there's no school on next Monday.
Oh.
Yom Kippur starts on Sunday night, and for the students who are in school might not be there on Monday. So, the Day of Atonement.
I'm sorry, did you finish? I am going to start working with Lupe to tour some of the schools, especially the Duolingo program, and then start getting some of the teachers from Leo, especially 5th grade. Also is requesting to go and talk to the students, so probably gonna do that.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. And I know, and we didn't really talk about this at the beginning, but as you noticed tonight, we were trying something different with interpreting. So moving forward, we weren't able to get an interpreter here tonight, and it was great that Joe and Lupe were already here, so that worked out. But moving forward, we are going to be working with one of our staff members to try to have someone here regularly. And I think what we did tonight worked, or what worked out really well. So we'll just kind of use this same model moving forward.
Also request to make it a little bit more public that we're going to start having this sort of
Yes.
interpretation.
Yep.
So the Spanish community can have access.
Absolutely. So we talked about this during Sitlali's 2-on-2, and we didn't really have enough time to put that on the agenda had already been noticed, and but we'll make sure that we make it pretty well known. We'll make sure our liaisons know that too. I know Lupe sent something out to all the liaisons today too, so they're aware. So we'll start sharing that. So thank you.
One last thing is we still need to read off our completed FOIA requests. Tom Schroeder's had any new records since my last prior request that provide evidence. President Pulaski ever appointed any members to the 2023 District Facilities Committee to fulfill his official duty regarding board committees. And another from Smart Procure, variety of vendor purchase order information. Okay. One last call for board reports. Hearing none, the chair would greatly entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're done for tonight. Thanks, everybody.